Everyone today. I'm President Irene Bustamante Adams. I call this work session on February 5th, 2025 to order. The time is 4 p.m. I would like to remind everyone to silence your electronic devices. We acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the territorial homelands of the Nuwu, the Moapa Band of Paiutes, and the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Satori, if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Just to make a note of reference, Trustee Johnson is not on the phone yet, but hopefully we'll be connected soon. Before our open item 102, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card for the adoption of the agenda 1.02? It's a yellow card that we fill out. You could find them up here with the beautiful young lady in the pink to fill out a comment card. There's also other action items. You could come and get a card. There's other items that you might want to speak on. That card, you put the number of the item that you would like to speak on, and you hand that in. Joe, just for the sake of time, can you find out which action item the young individuals in the room would like to speak on? That would help me. And so then I'm going to, since I don't see anybody in the public speaker list that had submitted for adoption of the agenda. I'm grateful that the young adults are in the room. Well, they're not adults, but to me you are. So we'll go ahead and I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Trustee Barron.
Yes, I have to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Sorry, Mr. French, can you do it one more time?
Yes, I have to make a motion to approve the agenda, but actually, I think Trustee Cavazos pushed her button. Oh, am I on now? There we go. I was using my teacher voice anyhow. But I think it was actually Trustee Cavazos. So I guess she'll second it, though.
Okay, so I have a first from Trustee Barron and a second from Trustee Cavazos. Cavazos, please cast your vote. I must be really short today. That passes 7-0. We're next going to go to item 2.01. That's the superintendent search. But before we do, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public comment card? Thank you, Caitlin, we're going to go ahead and take the action item of adoption of the agenda one more time because there is reference material that was added for one of the future discussions. So Trustee Barron, can I have you make your motion again?
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I have to apologize. I drove all night to get here. I just came in from Carson. It's a great drive through the rainstorm, but it'd take a Category 4 to actually stop me. No, slow me down maybe a little bit. Okay, so for the record, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes. Reference material has been provided for item 2.02, legislative update, and reference material has been provided for item 2.04, board counsel. How's that?
Thank you so much. Trustee Cavazos, would you second that motion?
Yes, I will gladly support that very, very enhanced motion. I love it.
Thank you so much. Team, can I ask you to recast your vote? Okay, that motion passes 7-0. Now we're going to move on to agenda item 2.01. Before I open that item, is there anyone that did not have a chance to complete the public comment card? I do have Mr. Bayless and Ms. Moulton who I have on the public speaker list, and I also have Ms. Vicky Kreidel. Is there anybody else on 2.01? All right, we're going to go ahead and move to our presentation. Ms. Perez, if you could please begin.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here tonight again with the returning board members and with all of the new board members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be together tonight and to really kind of do a recap of everything that's happened since last summer until now, and then talk about where we're going from here. So we have a slide deck tonight. I also put a bunch of different supporting materials in the board book for tonight, even though they went at different times already throughout this process. Since there are new members, I thought we would reacquaint ourselves and give the new board members the same materials that the rest of the board had throughout the journey together. So we're going to use the slide deck to help us today. Today's agenda is that we're going to review the search process to date. We're going to talk about the community engagement that we've done as your ambassadors, the leadership profile that was completed, and then move on to the interview, the protocols, the interview structure, and of course, the timeline for interviews. We're also going to just take a moment also to reintroduce ourselves to the new board. I don't know if Dr. Joseph is on yet. Is he on the call yet? Okay, so you'll let me know when. We'll postpone that for a moment. So let's go to the next slide. Is that me to do that? Okay, here we go. The agenda that we just reviewed. So the focus of the search process since last summer was to understand the stakeholders' desires and then to go out and recruit what is the best match for that profile. And I think it's really important to remind this board, the new trustees, everyone that's with us tonight and watching online, that what we do is facilitate a process. We don't choose who you interview. We certainly don't choose the superintendent. We are here to help you along the way, make sure you get all the information you need, work with you with a process that has worked very well, in this case with other your very large urban districts, and then to help you come to consensus if needed. So as we move through the process, it really now is the time where you guys are going to shine and where it's your opportunity then to make some big decisions. So talking a little bit about the community engagement that's happened so far, we've been your ambassadors and we've looked at your strategic plan. We've interviewed all the boards and recently the newly elected trustees, in individual interviews of some of the legislators and other individuals with leadership positions in the community. We did 51 focus groups, another 14 community forums, and then we had over 14,000 responses to the stakeholder survey, which was an amazing response. We also, as a result of that, put together the leadership profile. That tonight is in your packet as reference material. It looks like this. And we had this up on the website for the last 4 months. It first went to the board as a draft, then selected ideas or things that the board or the community brought up that they didn't feel were strong enough. Those were edited. A final profile was adopted, put on the website for the last 4 months. We also had a feedback form on the website so anybody could comment on the leadership profile. Those responses were compiled for you in the board book tonight. It looks like this. There were a total of 5 responses received based on the leadership profile over the last 4 months. Next slide. So here we are in the search process. We just talked about that important engage phase, understanding the desires of your community and your organization. We have been working on the recruitment of candidates, bringing you the widest range of candidates that meet that requirement. And so those will become known as the slate, but you also will receive the application materials of all applicants. I will say that one of the challenges of working in Nevada is that the process is so public. It is a huge decision for successful sitting superintendents to put themselves out there and, in essence, really disrupt their current community and their current livelihood for an opportunity. A lot of times candidates will accept that when they're down to the final 2 or 3, which happens in a lot of states, but not right away at the beginning of a month-long process. And so that is one of the challenges that we face in Nevada. But as I spoke earlier with Ms. Moulton, who was on the board over 25 years ago, we did this search 25 years ago for Clark County. That's how long our relationship is with you. And so we're familiar with Nevada, and we certainly understand how to talk to the candidates to make them a little more comfortable. We're heading in, it's February, the selection process is going to begin. one of the most awesome responsibilities that this board has, and really a great opportunity for those of you who have just joined the board to be able to come on, get governmental experience, and then automatically, immediately be able to choose your next leader. It really is a fantastic opportunity for you to work together as a board and to coalesce around this selection. And then finally, in April, we'll work with you through a transition phase. So we're now going to just talk about the dates coming up. At the end, there is a chart of all the dates, so you don't have to really focus in on them as much as the process right now. So the application's closing today. And starting tomorrow through the 10th and 11th, we're going to be preparing materials for the board. That means we're going to be getting to your staff all the applications. Your legal staff will be working on redacting anything that needs to be redacted and not made public, personal information. We'll be working with the legal counsel for that. And then we will be having all of those materials come to you via board docs on February 12th. That will be a timely posting per the open meetings law, but I do want to emphasize that it's not in concert with the governance policy, which is a little bit of a longer period of time. And that's just because between now, the close date, and the 12th, there's a lot of work to do. And so we will, of course, meet the requirements under the open meetings law, but just to make the board aware, it is a shorter period than you're usually used to per your governance policy. So then, February 18th, we'll be back here to present the slate. You'll get a summary of the candidates, their application, connections to the leadership profile. As I stated, the applications of candidates not slated will also be provided as supplemental materials, so you'll see everyone. And then the board will decide who it chooses to interview. Anyone that the board chooses to interview, as a reminder, will have that full third-party investigative background check completed. And any candidate travel to come for the subsequent meetings will be submitted directly to Clark County. Those decisions are for the first round of interviews, which is on February the 25th. We've reserved an all-day meeting from 8 to 5, although depending on how many you choose to interview will dictate how long that day really is. It'll be right here in the board meeting. It'll be public for everyone to watch. We're allowing 60 minutes for each candidate, including the Q&A from the board. Each candidate is going to prepare a presentation for the board that is an analysis of Clark County, your strengths, your weaknesses, opportunities, and concerns or threats, really highlighting how they are a match to the leadership profile and what they know about your district. After all, one of the desired characteristics is knows Clark County. So really, this is an opportunity to have the board give a deep dive into the candidate's ability to show they understand your district and how they can provide, and their skills are in concert with what needs to be here to move the district forward. It also allows the board and the community who are watching to see the candidate's communication, presentation, analysis, and persuasive skills. Really, the very skills that superintendents have to use all the time. And so that's why we call it performance-based. All board members are here to ask questions of the candidate throughout their presentation. You don't have to wait till the end. So that's February the 25th. It gives a great overview. You really get a feel after that first meeting when it's done as a performance-based interview. You really get a feel for who these candidates are. Currently, the debrief from the 25th is on the 27th. We do have techniques that we can utilize if we need to help the board come to consensus. Those are detailed in the interview protocols workshop. The rest of the board has had this for months. The new board members are just getting it tonight. We can walk through parts of this throughout the process. We don't need to dive into that again tonight, but know that we can point to this and go through any of this that needs to happen as we work through the coming weeks. On the 27th, the board will decide who's going to move forward in the process, and will plan for the second interview questions at that same meeting. Then the second round of interviews are on March the 10th, again in the boardroom, but this is a little bit more traditional, a more traditional question and answer format. After all, you've been able to see them perform, been able to see what they bring to the table. It will give you an opportunity to examine all of the information that you've learned about them. You can discuss with the candidates questions that you may have, issues, concerns that have come up. It's an opportunity for you to raise topics and issues of relevance, to discover how that candidate might address very specific issues or scenarios. And then you'll also give the candidates an opportunity to ask questions of the board. It's very important to remember that you are being interviewed as much as you are interviewing. Currently on the calendar, we have March 13th for the selection of the 2 finalists. And so as a result of that second interview, now we're going to narrow it down to 2 finalists. Again, reminding the board that this really should be a matter of true consensus. We'll remind you along the way, we'll point to the interview protocols workshop about not starting the process with championing a favorite candidate, but rather looking at an approach so that you can come together and coalesce around who you think those final 2 candidates are. It's really important in the process, we'll help the board work through this, that you stay vigilant at keeping other differences on other matters from intruding on this selection process. And we'll use decision matrices as needed. And then the final opportunity to see the candidates will be on March 24th. That would be down to the final 2 candidates. They would have a day in the district with some possible selections. Again, this is in development, meeting with the different bargaining units, the executive and legislative branches, local municipalities, chambers of commerce, economic development, maybe a school showcase, spending time in the day getting to know, again, your district, because, again, they're still interviewing the district. And then in the evening, a really great opportunity, and we've seen this work very, very successful in other places. We call it a town hall meeting for the parents and the community at large at a theater in the district where both candidates are on stage, kind of like a debate style format, but it's not a debate, but they're getting questions from the audience online that we'll be moderating and from the moderator. And we've suggested that we might like to ask a local media person as a moderator for the event. I'd love for you to contact us with any suggestions that you might have, but that's a nice way to also get the media involved in this process that they are so interested in. And then finally, March 27th, time to make the selection. And at that point, we can help again if needed. Maybe the board it's just an obvious decision at that point. Maybe more work will be needed. We're here for you to help. And then obviously after that, your contract negotiations will begin. Again, in Nevada, that's kind of an easy process because there's not a whole lot of wiggle room given the requirements for that. So the candidates are aware of what the parameters are with regard to benefits and salary. As we progress throughout the process, we do utilize community feedback forms. We can use them along the way. The night of the event, we'll have QR codes where they can also put comments if they didn't get to answer a question. So there'll be lots of opportunities still for the community at large, teachers, parents, students, elected officials to be able to still give the board feedback. And of course, we will synthesize that for you. So I told you I'd do a nice summary for you of what we just heard, and that's this, this chart here. You see all the dates that we just went over. I wanted to highlight that in many of our engagements, the day of the interview and the debriefing/selection happen on the same day. In the case of this calendar, they're happening on different days, a few days apart from one another. And so the dates in white are included in the contract, which you also have a copy of tonight in your board book that went to the board as well as our proposal. If the board would like HYA to be present for the interviews in the highlighted bands, the fee for that to be present at all of those would be an extra $10,000. That cost can come from the budgeted monies, $50,000 that were allocated for candidate travel. The board can also choose to collapse the 25th and 27th and adjudicate or debrief on the 25th. It can collapse the 10th and the 13th, make the 10th a longer meeting and debrief on the 10th, and collapse the 24th and the 27th and debrief on the 24th. That is an option as well. And finally, the option, I guess, is that we would not be present for the interviews, although I don't recommend that because the candidates know us. And I also think it puts your staff in an uncomfortable situation where they are hosting the candidates who will eventually become their superior or boss. So a couple of things to think about as we look through this calendar tonight to decide if we want to stick with it exactly the way it is. That's perfectly acceptable, and we will be here as much as you want us to be here. Certainly, you can choose to debrief on the days of the interviews, which are in yellow, or you can choose to keep the same calendar and just not have us here on the interview days. Again, I do think that the budget that already exists would be sufficient to cover the additional days, should that be the choice of the board tonight. And the only thing left was one last slide just to remind the board that after that 27th meeting or the 24th, whatever you decide, that the contract negotiations will begin and then the transition planning will begin. So I'd like to stay focused on this slide. And again, just to remind the board here, you do have a copy of the original proposal. You have the interview protocols. You have the leadership profile. You have the cost proposal, and then you also have the feedback to the leadership profile, all as just supplemental material tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Do you want to introduce your team member? And I don't know if Mr. Joseph is on the line.
I know,
yet
is he
or
on
not.
yet? Not yet. Okay, so we'll get started, and when he joins, if we could let him introduce himself again, that would be fantastic. I was hoping he'd be on by now. He's doing another community engagement. So my name is Nancy Perez, and I've been with HYA for the last 9 years. And I really work on all the operations of HYA, from strategic planning to executive coaching to audits, in supporting our associates across the country. But I also am on the team for the large urban searches because they are so detailed with so many things going on and so many players and so many legal pieces. And so I join you tonight, having been a teacher and an administrator and a superintendent, and then in the private sector of education for the last decade. It's been my absolute privilege to work with this board and getting to know all of you, and I look forward to getting to know the new trustees as well. Go ahead, Carmela.
Yes. Good afternoon. Carmela Franco, also with HYA. And just to give a little bit of background, I was a superintendent for 12 years in the same district, an urban district in Whittier, California. And I also served as a board in a state trustee capacity of a takeover school district. So I've worn both hats. I've done governance work with boards and superintendents. That's a favorite niche of mine. I am currently a mentor and adjunct faculty at USC in LA, and that's in the urban superintendent program. Most importantly, a senior associate with HYA, and have done that for about 8 years now, and have been involved with searches that included LA Unified, so the big time, and Fort Worth, and even some smaller ones like Park City. Past experience has been on teams also in 24 states, so I carry that lens of the outside states. I just wanted to note personally, my brother owned a home here, and now my nephew bought it from him, and he and his wife will be joining the school district. So that's a little personal piece, and they're real excited about that. So it's a pleasure to be here with you this evening.
So also on the team, we really worked at putting together a team that represented every region of the country. So we had someone from the East, the Southeast, the Midwest, the Mountain, and the Pacific region, because this is a district that's attracting people from all over the country. And education still is very local, right? And so getting to know and understand how the regions work and going to all of those different meetings that happen at the state and regional level, we knew would be important for Clark County. We also have people on the team that had experience as superintendents in large districts, as board members, that teach and run the education programming and research at university levels, that run the urban academies with AASA, NSBA, HYA, and Howard University, as well as Southern California, have direct experience working in Clark County, and that we're also bilingual in Spanish. And so not with us tonight was Kawita Adams, who spent a lot of time working with the board and the community during the community engagement phase, as well as Leanne Montoya. And Sean Joseph, who's been the lead associate on this search, will be joining us momentarily. And I'll let him introduce himself, if that's okay with the trustees, as soon as he's on.
Thank you so much, Ms. Perez. I'm going to start with the newly elected trustees to make sure that they don't have any questions about the leadership profile, the background, and then as a team, we'll dive into the proposed timeline and take any suggestions. And I just want to let the young people in the room know that I will take a point of privilege and take things out of order. I know that they're here about Silvestri Junior High School, so I'll take those out of order and hear them because I know that they're school tomorrow. So we'll take that out of order and put them before the Nevada Association of School Board presentation. So newly elected trustees, and I see Ms. Biasotti, if you'd like to ask a question.
Hi, good evening. It's nice to finally meet you. When you were here, I was a candidate. And I do have several questions, so I wrote them down. Every day while on the campaign trail, I did a lot of listening. I met with parents, leaders, all kinds of educators, so I can relate a great deal to the input received and included in this report. I heard a lot from constituents who discussed the superintendent portion of things, as well as many other issues in which this district is confronted. There was often a common theme, a pattern to the feedback and suggestions I received. It is evident, again, when looking at the report you provided. So let's discuss and see if you share the same takeaways that I have from the data I reviewed. First, I would like to point out a general appreciation for your efforts to collect community input. I would applaud, but that's been frustrating to some in the recent past. In September, one of the ways you engaged the public was to organize the in-person meetings. There was public comment so that a person could address everyone for 2 minutes, as well as converse informally before and after the event. The meetings themselves were an effective tool. Do you remember how many meetings there were total?
That tonight there were, in terms of in-person only,
Yes, yes.
I do know, but I don't have that at my fingertips. I'm sorry.
I believe there were 14. Do you know that the way the voting members of this board are organized and seated is by geographic area?
Yes.
So you will know then that this board with 7 voting seats, 4 of which were in election mode at the time, that those 4 positions are particularly important and could be described as priority. Would you agree?
Yes.
I think that District E, my district, was a particularly key place to discuss district leadership and policy in the month of September. Do you agree?
Yes.
So with 14 in-person sessions throughout the district and with elections for a majority of the voting seats, I ask, do you know how many in-person sessions were conducted in my district?
So the places that the different in-person opportunities were selected was by long discussion with the board. We really listened and just kept facilitating the process. And so ultimately, those were not our decisions. We, as we said to the board then, we'll just keep coming. We'll do as many as you want. But I will say that the in-person meetings, and I know they are desired, and we did them, and we should, but they're never as well attended as the online versions. And so we did follow the lead of the board. We did have live translation into Spanish at the events where the board suggested that we do that. But in terms of your exact question, how many were in your district? I don't believe there was one in your district. But like I said, it was a decision of the board, and it was with a lot of lengthy conversation.
Okay, so I believe there was only one, and it was on a Thursday at 4 p.m., so a lot of people did miss it. So we were given a one-time only matinee event on a weekday. And to make matters worse, we were first on the schedule. I mean, I can understand one and done, but being the first at the same time seems a little bit intentional. This schedule of events marginalized the constituents of my District E of CCSD. Some may argue other meetings were held in adjacent areas of District E. So I looked at the bigger picture map, and of all the meeting locations, there are massive areas of well-populated Clark County that lie a long distance from in-person sessions. There are large sections of Henderson, North Las Vegas, and in my case, the southwest portion of the valley that were left out of the discussion. Can you describe why?
So again, we had lengthy conversations at this. Trustee Barone brought many concerns to the table. We talked about where the opportunities were, the times of day. When we did put out invitations, the board said, if you can't come to that one, let's list all the other opportunities you can come to. Even within different groups, as we tried to have different groups meet together, for example, if you couldn't attend that, you can still go to any other one that's most like your lens. And so it really was an exhaustive conversation. We did add sessions at the very end. I believe there were 3 in-persons that were added after we had done many at that time, just because we were getting feedback. And I know, Trustee Barone, you were very vocal about the needs to have different in-person meetings. And we simply serve at the pleasure of this board and the trustees. And anything that the trustees wanted, we were ready to do.
Okay, let me continue and wrap it up. In District E, there was one meeting and the trustee resigned before her term finished. Each of those districts elected, like District B, elected Republican candidates to fill seats on this board. This is, of course, a nonpartisan office, but people voted based on the way of what they saw and what they heard. I am fairly convinced they voted for widespread change. What I see here is that you have left out many important and affluent neighborhoods in your search for a leader in this district, and that is a problem for me and my district. Meanwhile, areas of the east side are diverse, yet you ignored them as well, according to this map. While District D hosted 3 meetings, all of them were in the same location, downtown. a non-starter for so many in that area. These locations were very sadly non-inclusive of important community voices. There was, of course, the online survey. So the technology stepped right in, and this covers all the bases and provides everyone with an opportunity to weigh in. But you know what you never see on the news is you never see, we asked a group of White House staffers if they approved of the president's policy, performance, et cetera. There's a reason for that. It would be predictable what the respondents would say. But that is what you have done here, particularly with admin. Not surprisingly, admin 11 times out of 19 painted a picture that was considerably better than the total population. While admin likely felt a little discomfort in flunking this district, their responses were 15% or more higher than everyone else. Admin did not want their apron strings cut. 2/3 of administrators thought CCSD was closing achievement gaps. Overall, less than 1/3 felt this way. Just over half of administrators agreed schools are safe. Overall, 2/3 said, no, they're not. Students are on track to be ready for the next grade and ultimately college and career ready. Overall, for that one in 4 agreed with this. This one was especially concerning. 36% of administrators said CCSD was financially responsible, but only 25% of students thought so. The students are laughing at our financial responsibility. But no, the students were kind. Only 20% in general agreed that CCSD was responsible in
Trustee
financial matters.
Vasilladis, can I help me? So with, I hear you that you were not here last quarter, and when we made decisions as a team, the previous team, were you able to participate in the leadership profile conversation, Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Okay, so I feel like you're the voice for District E. Was there anything missing from the leadership profile that was not captured since you are the voice? Was there anything missing, do you think, from the leadership profile?
Representation, the opportunity for District E to engage in this whole process.
And there's still opportunity to engage. Now we're in the narrowing process, but in your, you referenced earlier that you were elected to represent that district. Do you feel that you brought their voices forward?
For this particular selection, not entirely, not the way that I would have wanted to have seen.
Yeah, I agree. There was no way for you to participate in last quarter, and I understand that. But moving forward, do you feel like there's, besides their engagement, which can still happen, was there anything in that leadership profile for who we're looking for our next superintendent? Was there anything that you saw missing?
Just the opportunity to be able to address their concerns and what issues are affecting them in particular. I think other districts had obviously more opportunity to do so.
Okay.
So that's what I see.
And that's something that we have to accept, right? Because our previous team, we made the decisions, and I understand that. I know we're at a point where we want to move forward with our superintendent search, so we're going to, that's what we're going to focus on for February and March. And so I would say that there is still ample opportunity for your constituents in District E to participate in this process. We are now at a different point in the cycle, but it doesn't mean there isn't engagement that could be had.
I appreciate you providing that information because I do want to share that and have the district know that there is still time for them to express that. If I can just wrap up here.
Go ahead.
So one of my constituents did email me to talk about this survey. She's a teacher, and she shared that perspective that she said she's a Democrat. She was caught by the use of the phrase, drain the swamp. Her question for me when the survey asked about admin, are we talking about her principal who she adores, she said, or are we talking about the central office? There is a big difference for most district employees. between central admin and their supervisors. They see their building managers as administrators who are with them on a day-to-day task, but the obnoxious busy work and obstacles come from a top-heavy, inefficient management structure. This notion is also communicated in page 29 of your leadership profile. In the student feedback section, students expressed concern about the district's treatment of staff and the continuous introduction of new unproven ideas. Yes, even the students' children are taking the central administration to the woodshed. We have a great deal of data here. Finding an ideal candidate is an extremely challenging endeavor. I do not envy the task. To all of this, I would add that it will be hard to find someone who checks all the many boxes. I am happy to see candidates on your slate who bring most of what we're talking about to the table and can build a strong cabinet to address the rest. Thank you for working with us to find our next superintendent. While I wish for more of that in-person scheduling and that it had gone better, I am satisfied with all the work and the thorough work you have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Is there any other newly elected? I know that Trustee Cavazos is in the queue. Is there any other? Oh, Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I did attend the superintendent search community meeting as a candidate. I did do the survey as a parent, and I heard my community, and thankfully November 5th, my community voted for me, and I appreciate the work that has been done here. I also attended the briefing that we received kind of before this meeting. So a lot of my questions were answered, so I wanted to put it out there that I did attend the meeting. It was out in Moapa, by the way, which is about an hour away from where I live, so I made the concerted effort to go to that meeting. So one of the questions that I wanted to just kind of review, there was two that kind of struck me, was the days here. One of the days, February 18th, we have it set the same day as our governance professional learning. Sorry?
Right. That's right.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see if that was, that might be a tight schedule, questions, conversation, I'm not sure, so I just kind of wanted to point that out. And then my second question was kind of more related to the process of the superintendent search. And so my second question was if a candidate does not have the superintendent licensing as required by NRS, are we vetting that process immediately, or are we giving them the opportunity to try to get the license?
So that would be part of a conversation with a candidate, because there are different ways that they can get the license, right? And depending on what state they're coming from, that also depends. But we will certainly point out to you if in fact they have a current license right now, or if that would have to be pending. We will point that out to you.
Okay, and then I appreciate that. And I had a lot of my questions answered kind of, just for the community to ask, because I know there's so much that has happened this past year with the district, with everything going on. So I know a lot of people are concerned and want that. But I want to iterate that we do need a leader. We do need somebody in our community that can lead this district, and that we have someone that is moving the district forward. And so just as a statement out there, but there is a lot that goes into this superintendent search, and I appreciated your staff even answering my questions as a candidate and as a parent. So I appreciated that. And then going out to Moapa. So that was awesome.
I love
And that was it. Besides the date, I don't know.
Thank you. We're going to go through that
Okay.
because we're going to have to agree,
Okay,
right?
got
Because
it.
we have
Okay.
full-time day jobs.
No worries.
And so, yes, that I am aware that that's also the day of our training for the first time that we're doing it. I'm excited, but yeah, that would be, so we'll discuss it.
Thank you.
Trustee Henry.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you all so much for the presentation thus far. I do feel that my community felt heard. We did have the one-on-one, well, I had my one-on-one interview with Mr. Joseph or Dr. Joseph.
And he is on now, yes?
Oh, okay. Hello, Dr. Joseph. And he did answer many of the questions that I had, and we had the opportunity I had follow-up questions or requests, and he did send that over to me.
Great.
And I do feel I do feel prepared to move forward.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from the newly elected, before we go to Trustee Cavazos, I know that you said Dr. Sean Joseph
Yeah,
is on the line. If I
yes.
could have him introduce himself, and then we'll go to Trustee Cavazos.
Yes, Dr. Joseph, if you could introduce yourselves, self tonight, that would be great.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Sorry I missed, but I'm Sean Joseph. I am a senior associate with Hazard Young and Atia. I've been working with Hazard Young and Atia for the past 2 years now. Nancy, I don't know if you've done an introduction or you want me to?
I did not. I did no introductions for you.
Oh. Okay. Well, hold on for one. About 30 seconds here. Sorry about that. Yeah, but I'm sorry. I said, so I've been with HOA for the past 2 years, working on large urban searches, leading leadership development activities, and working with school districts on school improvement. I currently serve as an assistant professor and a director of the Superintendent Academies at Howard University. And at Howard's Graduate School of Education, I've spent the past 5 years researching superintendents, writing educational leadership teaching cases, and publishing related to issues of school governance. My partnerships with the American Association of School Administrators, the National School Board Association, and Hazard Young and Associates keeps me connected to the practice of education across the country. And it's a necessary complement to the theory and research that I work on at Howard. Prior to this search, I worked in Clark County as a consultant in numerous ways. I'm sorry. First, back in 2021, I supported Dr. Mike Barton and Dr. Sam Scavella to facilitate community discussions to support the writing of your board policy 5139. Then in the 2022-2023 school year, as part of my national work developing leadership academies, I partnered with Inside Education Group to develop a leadership academy for Clark County for individuals in Clark County who want to become central office executives within Clark County. To date, we've had over 100 graduates and we're on cohort 7. My background and work, particularly in Clark County, gives me invaluable insights into your district as you search for your new superintendent. And I look forward to continuing to work with our team to facilitate this process so you as a board can select the best superintendent available for Clark County.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph.
Thank you. So, Trustee Cavazos, if you want to be a doctor today, you first.
Why not?
Thank you, Madam President, for that additional title there. I think part of my questions have been answered by you in answering Trustee Dominguez. So when we get to the timeline, I had also caught that about the governance, but I was also concerned about community being excluded on possibly February 25th and March 10th because the hours are 8 to 5. And I realize that we do have to leave enough time for interviews, but that would basically only leave maybe like 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock for them to tune in, especially our educators. So is that something that we can go into further?
Now, thank you for that question. Yes, now is the time to move to the trustee timeline. That's the one that we have to
Okay.
make decisions on. So, yes, on the 18th, it's also our very first professional learning board retreat for this team.
Which is, I think, 8 to 3 o'clock,
It's
right?
8 to 3 is the time frame, and so we would, I think this one, Joe, if you can correct me, but we would come back at 5:30 to be able to do the presentation of candidates, yes.
Okay.
And remember, we have February, March, that's our time frame.
Right, I
So
understand.
we are going to have to ask everyone for sacrifices, and
Okay, so I would ask that since we do not have a location, I believe it was to be determined for our governance training, that if we're going to be coming back here to the boardroom, that maybe the location is taken into account, because some people live fairly close to here, some people live very far, and it's an issue. Now, on the community.
hold on, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. I think that you said that we should take into account where we do the board training so we don't have to travel back and forth?
That would be optimal, but if
Okay.
that's not possible, but, just kind of throwing it out there.
Okay.
Because I know that some people have to drive quite a way.
Yes.
So in other words, maybe not having governance training at Northwest Tech and then
Got
coming
it.
back over here.
Okay.
And the other thing is, if you look down on the bottom of column 1, on the community town hall interview, not on the time, but do you want me to wait until we get further in that to talk about the format?
Yeah, let me just take February 18th. Let's take it from there, so we can start. Is anybody, and then we'll go back to your,
You
then
want
we'll take it
input?
in order.
Okay.
From the
I
date.
thought we weren't going to that yet, but if you want to do that way.
Yes.
Because I had some additional questions.
Okay, was it about the process, or was it about,
I actually had an additional question for Dr. Joseph, and hello, Dr. Joseph, and I neglected to say thank you to Dr. Perez and Dr. Franco for the work. And in fact, I think I was at, 2 meetings where Dr. Franco was there and another facilitator. I think I went to 3 focus groups and 2 in my immediate district and 1 in another trustee's district. So I didn't quite catch everything that Dr. Joseph was talking about previously working in Clark County. Dr. Joseph, do you currently work for Clark County in any capacity as like a staff or a paid consultant while working on the superintendent search?
Say that once again. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you.
I apologize, I'm sorry, and my voice is hoarse also. I said I was trying to take notes, even though I have met you many times before, and I know that you are one of our main consultants here in Las Vegas for our search. Are you currently working in any capacity where you are working for Clark County or Clark County School District, where you are being paid as some kind of a consultant at the same time while you're doing the superintendent search?
Yes. As I shared, for the past, 2 years, I've been working with Inside Education Group, and I developed a aspiring central office leaders academy that's been working. We're in cohort 7 right now. We've been doing like 2 a year for the past maybe 2 years or so.
Okay, so those are folks that you are training as aspiring leaders, or they're already leaders? What I'm trying to get at is kind of being very respectful here, is would there be any conflict of interest as far as who you are training, and might they be people that could possibly end up being on our slate of candidates?
No. These are not people who are training to expect to be a superintendent. They're training to be central office leaders. Typically, there are assistant principal level people, principal level individuals, people in central office who may be in operations. So we have some director level individuals. Their goal is to be in executive leadership in Clark County, but it's not a training for someone to come out of that program and directly apply for your superintendency at this moment.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph, very much. Madam President, so you want to go back to the February 18th item and take that one at a time? Yes. Okay, thank you so much.
thank you, Trustee Gallegos. Anybody have questions on the February 18th? Okay. Oh, we're having mic issues. So I'm looking at the hand signals that our Vice President is saying. So I think we're good. February, Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan.
Thank you, Dr. Perez and Dr. Franco, Dr. Joseph, all doctors.
Yes.
We appreciate the work. It's been enlightening for our community, and I will say actually a bridge builder, because a lot of us did participate in the community feedback sessions, so it was very informative. And I'm very excited to see the slate, but I had 2 questions. Page 7, if we could flip back on the slide to page 7, please.
Okay.
So it's talking about, we know that the application is closing today, and previously, I recall in past presentations, it was shared that there's an actual dashboard that would collect all of the applicants that you would be vetting through. So because of the fact that you will be vetting through and presenting a certain amount to us, will we as trustees be privy to anyone that doesn't get through the vetting?
Yes, you're going to see every single applicant.
Answered my question. Perfect. Thank you for that. Going now to page 12. I'd just like to get to business.
Okay?
I kind of want to provide some context with this one, having been through many searches in the district, because I worked almost 30 years in the system. So I've been through some superintendent searches for, not on this capacity, but definitely observing and providing input on leaders that were in the past. So I'm really wondering, I want to say, Madam President, I want to talk about the format. Can I put it on the floor? Okay. So I wanted, no,
Well, out of respect for Trustee Cavazos, I said we would go through it in order. So would you mind if we make sure that we go, because when we get to March 24th, then we'll.
that's why I'm asking. So I will pause that second question for you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Trustee Satori?
Yes, thank you. And so I'll try to stick to then the general process questions, correct? Because I think my last question was kind of more of the scheduling type. Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all of your hard work and the collaboration. One thing before my questions, I just want to commend you, because I had asked at some of the previous board meetings just kind of what the community input looked like after we had the slate and after we kind of had those finalists. I wanted to, that was a concern of mine, that we would still be gaining input after we had the actual candidates and not just beforehand. And I really love, I mean, this day in the district layout and the idea of that, I think is just so fantastic. I mean, it goes so far beyond just sitting in a room and interviewing and asking questions. So thank you. I really like that a lot. And so then I had one question for clarifying as well, and I'm assuming that the questions that we ask, sometimes they have to be consistent when you do these, like we have to ask the same questions for each candidate, but it looks like we're kind of able to ask questions fluidly, so is that not the case, then they have to be consistent?
So since the first meeting is a performance-based interview, you'll be reacting to that and asking questions that they are putting forward, right? That they are choosing to put forward. If you, on the second interview, if you notice that on the March 13th date, the last thing that it says here, wait, where am I here? Sorry. One more back. Is it March? Okay, sorry, March 10th. Second round of interviews. When we're debriefing on the first round, going back to slide, here we go. February the 27th slide. That would be the day, the last bullet, that we plan questions for the second interview based on the initial interviews and that juxtaposition of candidates. Yes, we should have questions that are going to be asked of every candidate. Can you do follow-up questions from that? Absolutely. But it is best practice that each of the candidates get the same questions that have been decided beforehand by the trustees.
Okay. Sounds good. Perfect. Thank you. And then also it was stated that you had mentioned that the candidates also are able to ask us questions, ask the board questions as well. Is that something that they're aware of before they come to the interview, so they can kind of have thought through that, or are they?
Yes, and it's very standard practice. They may have some questions about your vision. They may have some questions about specific programs or the strategic plan. But they might just have some very personal questions. You know, is the current superintendent going to be around for a transition period? How do you envision? You know, they may have some personal questions as well. I know you guys are also working through some governance protocols as well. They may want to follow up on some of that. Did you want to add something?
I was just going to say a common one that I've heard is a candidate asks us, what are you most proud about in your district? What do you want to continue?
Excellent. Thank you. And one final question. It looked like the location of the town hall, so that's still to be determined, correct? That's still in process?
Well, we thought a theater, and we were looking at your two largest theaters. One is, I think, the Las Vegas Center, LA, there's an acronym, I'm sorry. LVA, thank you. And then also a school theater potentially. We were looking at which one of those would be best. One would be a little smaller and a little more intimate. The other one would be larger and be able to fit more people. But then the larger one, the location isn't as good as the other one, so there's some give and takes there. We're just kind of working through that with the administration to figure out what would be the best place to have that event.
And you mentioned too that it would be video streamed as well. So wherever it's located at, there will be live videos, live streaming as well, with the opportunity to ask questions.
We are told that you guys can handle that, no
Okay.
problem, so.
And then how is that communicated? How is that link communicated? How are we going to be sending? I just want to make sure that we really get that out there, that
Yeah.
it's happening at that time, and that people can log in and ask questions.
So we have been really consistent throughout the entire process that all information is on the website. Like every single piece of information, even though it's in the board book, it's also there. Every feedback form, every opportunity, everything's on that webpage. So I think people are used to, that's where I go to get information. However, we certainly can work through the same channels we did for the focus groups, where it was in like the newsletters and the emails that go out that are through your standard channels that you have communication vehicles. We could certainly advertise that as well in through those same channels that we were doing to get the word out about the focus groups.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it doesn't get lost in
Yeah.
the amount of information that
Maybe you
families
can
receive.
take a note of
I almost
that.
feel like it should be its own separate, you know, don't miss this event kind of
Yep.
thing. So,
I
thank you.
am making a note of that.
Thank you, Trustee Satori. Trustee Stevens?
Hey, I just had a quick question on I know we don't know how many, right now, we don't know how many candidates we're going to have, but since there is two parts to this, we have our first round and then we move forward with, you know, a selected amount of candidates after that, and then we narrow it down to two. Is there a number that you're trying or that you want us to get to after that first round when we're looking at, you know, like let's say we had 10 candidates or if we had 5 candidates, eventually we're going to get down to 2. After that first round, do you guys have something in mind in terms of what that number should look like by the time we get to that second round?
Sure. Sean, do you want to take that question since you've been working on so many searches? I certainly can take it too, but just how you get from the slate to that second round and then obviously the final 2 in terms of numbers that you've seen, because it is different from district to district. I mean, some districts will say, you know, we want to interview 12 people on the first round, right? So then them whittling it down to 6 is hard. Some really, they start the process with 4 or 5. Even I've seen 3. So then the idea of whittling it down now is maybe they bring all 3 back for the second interview. So it really is about where you start from, right? How many you're going to start with to interview in terms of how you get to those next phases. So I have seen boards start with literally 3. I would say more common is 5 or 6. Then they cut that in half, right, to 3 or 4, and then cut that in half again. Sean, did you want to add anything there?
No, I think you said it. It really depends upon the quality of the candidates that apply and how they align to your leadership profile. You know, I did a recent search where there were 10 candidates who, you know, they just had they had a slate. It was a totally closed search, so people were more inclined to apply. So they had 10 people that we presented that fit the criteria of what they were looking for. And then the board in their deliberations reduced that number. I think just by 1. They took 1 person, you know, off the slate and then had discussions about people who were not on the slate that they wanted to consider. But then they decided to interview 9. And then when they went into the second round, we reduced it from 9 candidates down to 4. And then they interviewed the 4 candidates. And then from 4, they were going to bring it to 2 to make a final decision. You know, so it really depends. You know, ultimately the board, this is, you know, the board's process where we'll present you who we believe, you know, best aligns to the leadership profile. But the board will have, you know, access to see everyone and we'll be prepared to talk about everyone, you know, in the slate. I think in this experience, there are some challenges that exist. The fact that it's an open search, by your state laws, meaning that everybody will see the candidates from the beginning. That can be a deterrent for sitting superintendents who may fit the qualifications, but don't, they're afraid to apply for a position and have their current district, angry with them. And so that's a real challenge for sitting superintendents. But some, believe they want the job and they're in a position to go after it. But you tend to see in those districts where you have the laws similar to Nevada's, fewer sitting superintendents, applying in those situations. And the fact that, the size and complexity of Clark County make this an opportunity that, that there aren't a tremendous amount of people who have the prerequisite experiences and the complexities of the budget and the district with the number of students that'd be prepared for it. So, we anticipate a strong slate, but it may be more limiting, due to those factors.
And that's normally the case when it is a totally open search, let alone one that has the complexities and the size of this district. And so Sean is right. We're doing another large urban search right now, and the final phase, they really liked 3 candidates, and they're bringing 3 in front of the entire community. Now, that was closed all the way through, so the community had no idea any of the other candidates and who was in the process. But they wanted to bring 3. Now, that's a little different because, like I said, they hadn't seen anybody. So you could get to the final stage and say, you know what, we really want to bring 3 forward. That's fine.
Thank you.
Nancy, and I'll also interject, Nancy, in a recent search that I've done, we had a situation where they had originally scheduled 3 rounds, but because they did the SWOT analysis and got a deep understanding, and then they had a second round with another performance task, the board said, we feel good about who we want, and we don't really need a third round. We have enough information to decide. Yeah. And we adjust based upon the board's, desire here. And Nancy has said this a million times, and I'll reiterate. I mean, our job is to help facilitate the process for you, and whatever you need in terms of process, we can adjust to move towards. But when the board feels like they can come to consensus and feel good about a candidate, then the board has the prerogative to move with that.
Very important point.
Thank you so much. And so what I'm taking away, make sure on the timeline that the group is good with February 18th, the presentation of the slate. We understand that our professional learning for our board retreat is from 8 to 3, and the slate will be presented at 5:30 p.m. And then we will take into consideration location because of travel from this region. But no other questions from that. That's what I'm taking away.
We have 2 people in the queue.
Oh. Do you have, Trustee Dominguez, do you have a question about February 18th?
Yes, it was about if we could either move it to the next week, or it's just really tight. So I'm just trying to see if we could find another solution where it's not so tight, where we're cramming things. I know nobody wants to give up their Friday, but another Friday could be an option. So just putting it out there. I will, if there is no other option, Tuesday, we'll make Tuesday work, but it is a little tight.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Barron.
I think my question was for the February 25th, so I'm a little
Okay.
bit ahead, so I would reserve my question for that.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, do we have at this time any proposed or tentative locations for our governments?
Good question. If I could ask our board liaison to come to the table to answer the question about, do we have a potential location for our professional learning?
Madam President, members of the board, Joe Caruso for the record, yes. So we've been, first off, let me back up. So trying to coordinate, and I say this respectful, 11 schedules was very, very complex. I say that, I know all of you have other jobs besides this one. So to try to move the dates, Dr. Ellsbury's already purchased the plane ticket. So we had to execute, and we had a few members that had to completely reschedule appointments to make it work on the 9th. So I appreciate that, those that did that for us. We were looking centrally at the administrative center to try to find space to do the training. The goal was to have a training where it's more intimate, where you can sit at tables, work together, versus in a formal setting like this. If we do that, we could look at a location close to have the meeting at night, so that there's seating, obviously, for the public to attend. So that's something that I made a note of, and I'll have to start working on that tomorrow to see if we have a location that we can do. The challenge that we have is, of course, going to be the timing, and to make sure that we have the support to, one, have where HYA's team has the ability to get everything set up and ready to go, two, make sure that we have it live streamed, and then, of course, make sure we have it for the public.
Okay, and just to clarify, I absolutely was not asking you to change the February 18th. I know what you guys went through on trying to get everybody's schedules together for that. I was just asking if we were going to do it like something like the admin center. Admin center, okay, it's going to be close to some people. Nobody, obviously, because our district's going to be close to both locations. But if we were going to have the additional meeting to the presentation of the slate, seems to me like it would be a lot easier with our technology here in the boardroom to have that here and maybe have the governance training where you said a little bit more intimate setting. And having been through that training before, it is a lot easier when you have the tables. We're not sitting up on a dais or anything. But absolutely was not asking you to change the date of the governance training. But for having the additional meeting at the admin center, I think that with some of the technological issues that have been significant that we've had in the past, where the public has not been able to see the live stream, it's been very difficult. I'm thinking that something that might be reasonable is maybe the admin center and then maybe coming back here. I'm just kind of throwing it out there from past experience and complaints from our communities.
So, Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Cavazos, to your point, so it's kind of like the chicken and the egg.
Right.
So the discussion didn't occur till tonight, but yet we had to plan the governance training to get that scheduled.
Right,
So I had to plan, knowing that you haven't decided on this yet, but had to make a decision to get that done because you guys voted on that on January 9th. So the goal would be to come down here and have the meeting.
Yeah, I was only talking about locations, not about changing dates.
I hope that answered, and I think that was Trustee Dominguez's question about changing the date. So I hope I answered that question.
Mine was kind of changing the date to either not the board governance training date, but the superintendent. No, not that, but the superintendent search or the superintendent. I don't know, slate meeting would be either moved to the 21st or the 25th. However, I know there's so many things going on, so I understand if everybody is set on the 18th.
Thank you so much. And I know that this is our number one priority for this quarter. And so I appreciate the accommodations that we're having to make. So we're Friday, February the 18th, we're going to have our professional learning from 8 to 3. We will come here possibly to do the slate. I think that's what I heard, that we will come here to do the presentation of the slates, and that's at 5:30. And HYA will walk us through that process. And I also heard that we will get access to all the candidates that applied. From now until then, the board liaison will be working on redacting the information that is personal, but that we will have access, and that information will also be posted on our website. Okay, we're going to move to February 5th, and this is something in yellow. And so yellow means that HYA to be present in person for the interview if the board wants, but there is an additional cost that could be associated to the budget that we already have. So February 25th. Thank you. Trustee Cavazos, did you have any questions on that one? And then we'll go to Trustee Barron.
Just what I brought up before, and also Trustee Zamora, Trustee Barone, and myself had also brought this up before, that as much as possible, I know we can't always do this, but if we have 2 meetings, and I know we're only looking at February 25th, but we also have on March 10th, the same exact time schedule, 8 to 5, we are excluding our educators and much of the community that work daytime jobs. So that is a concern of mine.
Do you have a solution that you would like to propose?
We could make it a little bit later. We could do a Saturday meeting, and I believe Trustee Zamora, you had brought up some community ideas previously when we were going through this, so I'd like her to chime in.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. Yes, I think originally what we discussed is kind of seeing what other districts were doing to be able to include, you know, staff and teachers and everyone, and one of them was the weekends. I heard some mm-ms, so I would love to have that discussion, though, as a whole, and I'm wondering if that would be something, would we vote on each thing, or is that, how do you want to proceed with that? Because
We're
I know
going to do,
another,
thank you, I'm sorry.
another option was combining stuff too as well, right? And going back to Trustee Cavazos, like later in the afternoon, honestly, when we had a conversation and broke down the timeline, it was 60 minutes, you know, the transition. So afternoon meeting was actually going to be very difficult on members as well. So it's kind of like chicken and egg, kind of like what our board liaison shared. So those are 2 of the options that I think we've talked about for a few months now. So if we can have that bigger discussion as a whole, that would be great.
Thank you. So my vision is to go through the timeline step by step, but then take a vote for us to approve whatever we've decided to do as a team. And so everything is up for discussion. And, sorry, Nancy, did you want to say something? Oh, everything is up for discussion, and we're going to take it as slow as we have to in order to make sure that all of us are in unison. It's that important to us. So, yes, we can combine things. So that's not out of the question. Yes, we can turn something into an afternoon or a weekend if we have to, if that's where we want to go. Yes, everything is on the table. So, Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm open to splitting it on the 24th and 25th in the evening timeframes. And I'm also open to moving it to March 1st, which is a Saturday. So those 2.
I'm going to keep track of all that. Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan?
I'm glad I wrote it down because I was waiting to talk about the format. And it applies to the timeline. So Dr. Perez, Dr. Franco, I know that watching some of the previous districts in northern Nevada, Washoe did the concept where they combined their final interview with a community interview. And so the reason I'm proposing that, it cuts down on the days, but it also aligns with how we interviewed the community. So instead of having us do the format of a debate, which I don't think I realize that, but hear me out. I think the way that we did the interviews with the community, could we consider a different thought to have the candidates rotate between the community groups instead of having them be on a stage asking the questions? So that way they can rotate to specific groups like the parents, and we can make sure those questions are filtered and controlled to meet their needs and the audience that they're going to be interacting with, because we know it's going to be for a short period of time. And we would engage your expertise and your facilitation because you did an amazing job. And if we could have the same facilitators, because I have a prediction hypothetically that we could have the same individuals that engaged in the development of the leadership profile to come back and engage again, and it'd be a familiar face for them. So that is something I'm asking you to creatively think about, is not doing it on a stage format, but having the candidates rotate, because you're correct. We could end up with 3 candidates So is that something that could be done?
Absolutely, and we've done that. I mean, that's certainly a format we've used, other searches, so. That, we call that more like interview committees, because those people are gonna feel like they're interviewing, which is very different than being an audience member and asking questions of these candidates for you kind of to be listening in on and getting some feedback via QR code or whatnot. So that's just something to think about. But certainly, the format can be where, what I'm hearing you say is maybe only have the first interview, you narrow it down to 3, and you don't do that middle interview, and you do the round robin, which we can absolutely do. That's not a problem. We've done it, in many other searches.
And it would allow us not to have an additional day.
I think you might need to decide who those groups are going to be. You'll probably get some backlash as to who's not invited to the party. How big can those groups be for it to be effective? If you create them, if you make it more like a mini town hall, then the expectation is that they're really not interviewing. They're there to kind of listen again and ask questions, and then it can be kind of a come one, come all, as opposed to it's more of an interview committee, which then the size does matter. Because there's just not enough time for all those questions.
So let me ask you, because out of all of the groups that were in person, what was our largest group?
The largest one was the first one that we did, that you were at with Kawita, and that was about 50 people, and that was the...
City of Las Vegas, I attended it.
Yes.
That is correct.
That was the largest
That was the
one.
largest
And
group.
most of them were very small.
That's right. Okay, thank you. So that's something I would like to have my colleagues consider. We could cut down on the days, give some personalization to the groups, and it would be in alignment with how we collected feedback, and then we wouldn't have to have that additional time. But I agree with you, I get it, the logistics will have to be worked out.
Thank you so much. Trustee Barron, I'm going to go back to you because we had skipped you. I like it. Thank you so much.
But it is a positive outlook. Yeah. Well, I try to smile as much as I can. Slightly loopy today, so, you're going to get a lot more smiling out of me than normal. Yeah, Dr. Perez, at this point, we really don't even know how many people are submitting their applications, correct?
In closed searches, you get a lot today. In open searches, a lot of people are going to wait to the very last minute.
Gotcha. Well, actually, I think Trustee Dominguez was actually, I think she was reading my mind on going on the 24th and 25th. Because, again, and backfilling from the afternoon, say from like 3:30 on. But have we decided on how long these interviews are going to be? Are we going to have a hard stop to this?
Yes,
for
you're going to
each-
have to have a hard stop because we have to have a schedule for the day. The people are coming, they have to know. Yeah, so we like to allocate an hour for each candidate. You can then allow them to have 45 minutes and give yourself a 15-minute break in between, or there can be a full hour, give yourself a break, and go into the next one. But yes, we should decide the time agenda for the day.
Wow. So I'm just because if we do it in the afternoon, I'm talking. Although I think my colleagues might be kicking me here under the table, right? So if we wanted to split it up in 2 days, say 4 to 9, technically that'd be almost 5 people per day. I'm not good with
Yes.
math, but
Yes.
I think the last time I looked. But so it could be, we could accommodate as many as 10 candidates between the 2 days. Of course, if we go over, then
I don't think you will. I've never seen that. I've never seen boards interview that many people. You could be the anomaly, but that would be a lot.
That's what I was going to, again, people are reading my mind. I don't know if it's
That's
flashing
because you
here.
said my last name correctly.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Dominguez, Perez. Although when I lived in Winnemucca, there were Basque people who they did not pronounce it like that. Anyhow, so, but I am digressing, you know. So, okay, fine. So we have potentially up to 10 slots over over the 2 days, right? That is, if we keep it consistently to a 1-hour format. And of course, I guess we're going to have to divide up that 1-hour format into 11 time periods, right, for us to ask a question, and maybe give the interviewees maybe a hard time to give them 3 minutes. Hey, that's kind of like what politicians are generally asked to do, right? Answer questions in 3 minutes. Is that something that we could also set at this time? Tell our candidates, hey, you got 3 minutes to answer each question from the 11 trustees, right?
Right, so if every trustee is going to ask a question, then we have to map that out. If you come together and say, we want to ask these 5 questions, these are what's most important to us, then you can decide who's going to proffer each one, and there'll be 5 total, and not everybody will actually state a question. I don't know that you have to have everyone have their own questions. I think it might be more successful if you coalesce around, these are the 5 things we really need them to talk about, and then we may have follow-up questions that we want to allow time for.
Okay. Well, a lot of things are being answered. I might come up with something later on, and if I do, I'll make sure to bring in Harold.
Okay, so I just want to make sure what I've heard so far. I know that we have Trustee Satori and Trustee Stevens in the queue, but what I think I'm hearing is that for February 25th, our first round of interviews, that we would be okay to have it from 8 to 5 p.m. that day. Is anybody not hearing that? No. Trustee Cavazos, or Trustee, who's in the queue? Satori? Or is it? Oh, agreeing with, help me, agreeing with moving that to a Saturday? No.
24th and 25th. I offered an alternate besides
Okay.
what was given to us, the 8 to 5. The alternate would be the 24th and the 25th, splitting between the two.
Okay.
And the third alternate would be this Saturday.
Yeah, there's no Monday Night Football anymore, so, I think I'm cool for that Monday.
Got it. Trustee Satori, did you want to ask a question on that?
I was kind of weighing in on what we're discussing as well, so my thoughts. So yeah, looking at the 2 rounds of interviews, by the way, I could do February 25th in the afternoon or Saturday or splitting it. I'm fine with any of those. Out of the 2, though, I would say the final one on the March 10th to me is more important to make sure that one is in the evening, in my opinion, because there's going to be more to interview that first round that I could see taking place during the day, but making sure when we get to to those semifinal interviews, I think that would be pretty important to make that one in the evening. My other question was on the consolidation of the days. Can you share kind of what the cost savings, because I do think it would be valuable, like you had said, to have you here for that, but I wanted to know then how we could kind of balance that if we were to combine and do the debriefing afterwards. I kind of like the idea of debriefing right after when it's fresh. What would that save us in cost, and then could we just offset that with having you present for the rounds of interviews?
Yes, exactly what you said. So using your example of March 10th, if you were going to interview, let's say, 4 people that day, right? Maybe that would be from, you like the evening, so 4 to 8, and then we would debrief beginning at maybe 8:30, and then, maybe an hour and a half, right? And by 10 o'clock, hopefully be able to have a decision made as to who's moving on. That would then remove the 13th, and thus there would be no.
And it would remove the 27th if we did the same thing.
If you did the same thing, right.
So what would be what would we save on doing that?
Well, so the contract, if you want us to come back, you're saving $2,500 for each of the additional days.
Okay.
So it's, if for example, if you collapsed the 25th and the 27th and we did it all on the 25th, then you would save that. Now, if you go back to the 24th and the 25th, then it's still a wash. We'll debrief on that same day. If you collapse the 10th and the 13th, the same thing.
Okay. And then kind of on the thought as well of how Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen had mentioned consolidating that semifinal. So could it be possible? I was kind of thinking along the same line. My concern with doing the rounds was how many are going to attend, because I attended some of those as well, and I know they were pretty low in attendance. If we did the semifinalist interview where we have those specific questions at the town hall, everyone gets to hear those, and then we open it up to questions from the public. That would condense the semifinalist interviews and the town hall into one event.
Yeah, I really think that it's, you get this, the board will start to get this little bit of anxiety because it's almost like the show, like the 90-Day Fiance, except it's like the 30-day fiance, like you're getting like married to this person. And so you start to get nervous. So sometimes the boards are like, well, can't we stretch it out a little more? Like it really, that is normal. It's normal to feel that way, but that is the way it is. You're not going to interview people over several months or even a year. So I think just knowing that you're going to have some anxiety, it's going to feel fast, because unlike just when you're interviewing for anybody for any position in your own livelihoods or whatnot, it for somehow doesn't feel so much of a relationship and intimate as this hire. And so just take that into consideration. Let yourself know that those are normal emotions. It's going to feel like, oh my gosh, almost feel like I'm on this show, right? And I'm starting to feel nervous about it. You're going to trust the leadership profile. You're going to come together as a group, and the right person is going to emerge. And you have to just trust the process. So that being said, whether you meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, or whether you do it 3 times, you're going to have the same level of anxiety. So really think about what works best for this community, for you, for how you think you can make this happen. Because I don't think there's going to be a huge difference in how comfortable you are given 8 or 3 or 4 times together.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. So this is what I'm taking away from the group, is that instead of February 25th from 8 to 5 for our community, that we are entertaining the 24th and the 25th, possibly starting at 3 p.m., and maybe having 5 one day, 5 another, and we would also be open to a Saturday if needed, but probably not going to be required. Is that what I'm hearing? Is there anybody that doesn't agree with that? Trustee Barron.
Oh, no, I was going to say, if we do that on 2 days, right, it gives us some flexibility. If we only have 8, we can do 4 and 4,
Or front loaded so you have more time to debrief on the second.
Exactly. I was thinking, again, I mean, these great minds, are just thinking alike here. I was thinking the same thing. Thank you so very much. I could say that all night, huh?
So thank you. Trustee Stevens?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, I'm good with the 24th and 25th in the afternoon. I would prefer not to do it on the weekend, personally.
Okay.
And then the idea of combining the 24th and the 27th, I like that too. I think that's a really great solution.
Okay, we're good. So good on the 24th and 25th. If we started in the afternoon at 3 p.m., and depending how many candidates we have, we could split it up. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. Woo, Dr. Perez.
And then you can eliminate the 27th.
And then on the 27th, we would eliminate it. And Mr. Caruso, I'm going to have you come up here and repeat it. So, because if you don't get it right, then we're in trouble. So we would eliminate the 27th. And then what I think I heard Trustee Esparza again is if we could combine the 10th and the 13th, was that right? Okay.
That's correct.
Are we combining the community meeting with the interview? Is that? Yeah, that helps.
Well, it'll be the 20.
Madam President? And just for the record, we're not canceling the regular board meeting. Right. We're just, depending upon how many people we have, we're just condensing. But we're not canceling the regular board meeting.
No.
I don't want anyone who's watching to think that we're canceling a board meeting.
Oh, yes.
We'll
Thank
have
you
other
for that
stuff there.
clarification. Yes, we still have a board meeting, but we will just not be doing the adjudication.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Trustee Cavazos, give me a second, so I want to make sure that Joe. Oh, that was the same question? Okay, thank you. And we're gonna focus
wait
on
till they're
yours
done.
when you,
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Madam President, members of the board. So the concern here is by policy, we have a timeline we have to post. I know all of you like to get information in advance. That's why there's an asterisk on here, because we had to waive that to make this work, because you've now added meetings. If you change dates, if you do the 24th and 25th, we have to post, you have to back that date up. The open meeting law is 3 full days. So that means the 18th you get the slate, the 19th we would have to post for the 24th meeting. That's going to be really hard with background check because you're getting this. So that's where that we have to have a buffer zone in between, because HYA still has to run through the check. Because remember, you want to see all the candidates. That was a decision from the previous board. So that's where those dates, as we start to maneuver, we had to really strategically plan out and think about the open meeting law and the posting requirement. So that's what we were just referring to. Dr. Prezzo.
Right, so the only thing that we could do there is do background checks on anyone that is slated. But we would have to, that's still, that posting date is the 12th, it's the 5th already. So it's fast. It's very fast. But I think so.
Trustee,
We're just going to do it.
Trustee Barron?
This time, I'm going to predict what Trustee Dominguez and Trustee Cavazos are going to ask. Okay, so how about we do the 25th and 26th? Oh, okay, well, there's one fail. Well, no, you see, because by law, we have to post these agenda dates. We have to get them up there by a certain amount of time. The 25th date does comply with us being able to put it up on the 20th officially. But if we put it on the 24th, then we're out of compliance. Is what our board liaison is saying. So therefore, if we do the 25th and 26th, and again, I'm no math genius, we would be in compliance with open meeting law.
Well, let me ask this question to our board liaison. So the open meeting law, that's one set of rules. And then we have our internal policy where we'd like to get information in advance. And is that the one we're running into problems of getting in our policy, we'd like to get the information 8 days in advance. It's not always a perfect world, but is that the one we're running up against?
Madam President, it's actually both. Because remember, if you move, like Trustee Brown just said, he's right, that if you move that date up a day to the 24th, you're getting your slate on the 18th. That means you have to post the agenda and the reference material on the 19th for the meeting on the 24th.
Oh.
So that's going to be really tight because unless you want all the candidates, because remember the decision of the board was that you wanted to see everyone that applied. Whereas some firms, and I know Dr. Perez presented this in the fall, would give you the slate that they vet, but the board decided they want to see everybody. So just keep that in mind, and I know that was one of the requests, the background checks was a cost that we had to budget for in the fall and the board approved. So just want to make sure you have all the variables as you go through. This was very difficult to do. Try to manage your schedules, to try to manage this schedule, to try to stay within the open meeting law. And again, that's why full transparency, we have to have some grace from the board when it comes to the governance policy 10 when you're going to get your reference materials. So not trying to make your life complex, but again, my saying, the devil's in the details, so.
Thank
that
you.
answers.
Trustee Esparza-Straffigan?
Dr. Perez and Joe, I know you're still working kind of on the timeline. Even though you would present the entire slate to us, Dr. Franco, I'll address it to you, we don't necessarily have to do the background check for the ones that we wouldn't consider as finalists.
Yes, we can do the background check any time during the process. So we can do it on anyone that we slate. We can do it on the ones that you choose to move forward after the first round of interviews, which then there's, you know, we should allow for a week because they are very, very comprehensive.
Right.
So yes, we can wait until after the first round.
I'm just trying to give, so that we're in the parameters of the timeline. Joe, Mr. Caruso, would that be something that would not put a burden on getting that done correctly?
Right, so, you know, as I'm thinking here, anyone that you choose to interview on the 24th and 25th, if the background check isn't an issue, then we have to have the materials posted on the 19th, but you decide on the 18th. The very next day, we take the ones that you decide, and they end up there. There's not a lot of work to do. But anyone you decide, we should start the background checks on those immediately, even if they don't all move on.
Correct.
Because there won't be enough time.
Correct. I'm just trying
So
to,
I like your idea.
thank you. I'm just trying to give some solutions.
Yes.
Right the next morning.
Correct.
So I think that would work.
Yep.
Then, Mr. Caruso, which would be that on the 18th, they choose who they're going to interview, and on the 19th, we post those applications. They would have already all been posted anyway. So it's, again, just kind of taking some out and saying, here are the ones. And those individuals begin the background check, not to be presented to the board until the second round.
Yes.
I think that'll
We're
work.
getting somewhere. Trustee Biasotti?
So right now, we're on the 24th and the 25th in the afternoons, including the debriefing and selection for the next round.
That's what I.
That's what I'm
taken
hearing
away.
too. Yep.
Okay. And it would be 3 PM is the thought process. Trustee Biasotti?
So based on the new information we're receiving and the timeline and the dates, it seems like the more we try to modify the original schedule, the more complex it's becoming. So my question is, can we, because it is a special circumstance, can we all try to make an effort to keep the original schedule the way it is presented to us?
Thank you. I just think that, yes, thank you, and I hear you. You're right. It does take a lot, and I know that it's important for us to have agreement, and I think that making sure that the community can participate, especially in this first round, is critical. So I think that we have some good consensus. So now we're moving on, Mr. Caruso, unless you have a question.
I think the biggest thing is, I just want to reiterate again that the grace of the board, knowing that the reference material is not going to be posted as normal in advance. So I think we just need to make sure it's going to be, it's a real tight turnaround as we're trying to move through the process. And again, on the background checks, there may be a need to come back to the board and say, depending on how many are actually get that process, we'll have to reevaluate the budget that was allocated for that, because remember, there was flexibility that was given. But for transparency's sake, if we're paying HYA, we do need to bring it back to the board to say that you're authorizing me to transfer money so that we can increase the purchase order. So just know that there are a lot of
Moving
devils in the
parts.
details
Yeah.
that we need to be transparent just to make
And
sure you're aware.
I just want to tell the young people in the audience that after this item, we will take you for public comment. So just don't give up on us. So Trustee Cavazos?
I was just going to ask you about the flexible agenda because I was seeing some very hungry-looking kids and some very tired-looking parents, and been there, done that a while back, and I just was going to ask about the flexible agenda and if we could kind of get to them.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. And I know that for us, we have to have all our discussions in the public. So we don't, and so bear with us as we focus on that. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan?
Dr. Perez and Dr. Franco, I want to come back to because we're looking at cost, and Trustee Biassare saying to stick to the timeline. So I think it would still stick to the timeline to combine the second interview with the community interviews. And that can be something that can be determined on which date that would be, but I think that's doable and plausible. Just want to put that back as a solution.
So what I'm hearing you say is pause on the date beyond the 24th and the 25th, and then on the 25th, we will both debrief and decide what the next date will be, which there'll only be one more date,
That's
which will
correct.
be inclusive of this.
Yes.
And that's fine with me as well.
For my edification, I want to make sure I heard what you said, that after the 25th, and we would come back as a team and figure out the remaining part. That's what you're saying. Now, Trustee Stevens, Dominguez, this side of the house, do you guys have any questions on what Trustee Esparza-Straffican just said?
I just want to clarify, so would the 27th, the regular board meeting day, be the day that we would decide the rest of the schedule for March? Would that?
Yeah, we can put it as an agenda item in order to decide, yes.
Okay, just clarifying. And I agreed with Trustee Esparza-Straffican's comments. I think it's really important for the community to have time to be able to attend the two meetings, so February 24th and 25th. I think that we have a lot of staff that would like to participate, and so I think moving these meetings to the evening would be best thing for parents, for students, and for our staff.
There's only one thing I would just like to ask of the board to think about is when you decide the rest of the schedule on the 27th, understand that these people now are hanging out there, their names are out there, and what you don't want to have happen on the 27th is now we're interviewing on April 15th and April 30th, and that is really important. So I think if we kind of hold days, or I don't know, we can just pause it for now, but I want to make sure that we realize that once those names are public, it's a really big deal for these candidates.
Yes, Trustee Esparza-Straffican.
So Dr. Perez, could you potentially brainstorm with us so that we get that solidified, not right now, but I know that you have our liaison, which is our board president, and then she communicates with Joe Caruso, which communicates with our 11 schedules. So I think that could still be something, I believe, that would not break open meeting law if we direct you to give us some dates that we could potentially post at a later time so that we get that solidified.
And is March 10th right now available to everybody? Because we could zoom in on that and narrow in on that and know that that's going to be the big, and that if you feel like you have to have another one after that, then so be it, but that would be that second round plus.
Correct. I think that's a good solution right there.
Yep,
Because
so
it's already on the
let me ask
calendar.
Trustee Cavazos, March 10th is good? Yes, Trustee Barron? Trustee Dominguez?
If I could suggest March 10th and March 11th in the evening to split that day again.
Okay.
Trustee Stevens?
I like that idea.
Okay. Trustee Zamora, she liked the idea of March 10th and possibly 11th if we need it.
Yeah, if need be, we can cancel the day, so.
Trustee
Okay.
Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to check that it says March 10, 8 to 5, and I know the whole conversation has been about accessibility, so are we still all okay with the 8 to 5?
Yes. Yes, on this side of the house, yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm offering to split March 10th into March 10th and 11th in the evening times.
So it's still like 3 p.m.
Yeah,
time.
like 3 p.m.
And Mr. Caruso, I'm looking at you. Yes? Can you come up?
Yes, for me on that.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to tell them that, yeah.
Madam President, just so we're on the same page, so Okay, so anything that's in yellow or orange is an additional cost. Anything that's not highlighted comes with the pack. Maybe think of it that way. So if you split a day, you're still adding a meeting, which means you're still adding a cost. So we just want to be transparent on that we're going to have to get a motion to authorize me to add money to the purchase order to pay for those additional meetings.
Joe, is the pay per hour or is it for the day?
It's for the day.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to be transparent because I know we have multiple conversations and we're trying to make this work. I get it. Trust me, this is, it's a challenge. So, but I think it's important to just keep that in mind, and that's why I looked at Dr. Perez, because I know that there's a cost for them to come out here and be a part of this as well, so.
But I do think, I think what you've presented here tonight is very doable. The 24th and the 25th. The 27th is just a revisiting, but the next round will be on the 10th and 11th, so we can tell candidates that, we can plan for that, and then essentially you would be able to name the person on the 13th. And then you would not need the 24th or the 27th.
Because on the after March, the 10th and 11th, when does the community part come in then?
It would be on those same 2 days.
On the 10th and 11th?
Yeah, well, it would be this new format.
Oh, yes,
whereby, yes, you're kind of doing a round robin.
Yeah, got it.
So there wouldn't be this big town hall, to do. It would be the opportunity for different groups to interview the finalists.
Yes, and it's a best practice that happened in Washoe County that they used that was very effective. And so, and it still allowed community participation. And even if we were to include the executive and the legislative branch, they could do it virtually because it's legislative session, which would not be as time consuming, so.
So I think I really think, and we can plan for that then that way. You're still having a lot of meetings, but they're not as long. They're together to stay focused. So I think that, from February 18th to March 13th, you're going to get it done, which is actually great for the candidates.
Thank you so much. I have Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. If I could suggest we maintain March 27th, I know we just went through that, but I thought the community town hall, is that what we're trying to say, that we're going to put the community town hall on the 11th or the 10th?
Yeah, it's going to be both interviews with the board, and then they'll go to different groups and have the open kind of town hall as well on the same time.
Would it be at the same location? Because we're still having.
It would have to be at least close by.
Okay. That kind of seems like a scheduling nightmare a little bit for the community. I would suggest maybe keeping the March 24th as the community town hall as a separate day, just to make sure the community is aware of that and we can not have multiple locations to go to.
I just don't think you need both to do it twice, so.
Yeah, I don't think we need it to do it twice, but could you break it down just one more time for Trustee
Sure.
Dominguez? Not to say that she's not getting it, but
I just want to are we thinking that we're not going to have enough semifinalists to not need that extra day? Is that kind of where we're going?
Well, it's possible, and you're also splitting it now between 2 days, so.
Okay, I was just wondering because we didn't have enough time to do the semifinalists, and I wanted to make sure that the community got a chance to weigh in on that or just be in on those interviews. But I also like the idea of the community town hall and having parents and people be able to ask questions directly. So to schedule multiple things on the same day, kind of, to me, it sounds a little confusing.
Dr. Perez, can you paint the picture?
Yes.
Because how you see it.
So on the 10th, there would be a candidate that is, well, there'll be two candidates here. One candidate is with you, the other candidate's doing a town hall. The next day, the separate candidate's with you, while the other one's doing the town hall. So there's, instead of two people being together on a stage, there's two town halls with one person.
Does that help?
Or potentially even three, right? But that would be okay.
see, would we able to, I guess it'd be up to the pleasure of the board to move, to have the interview on one day with all three, and then have the community town hall? Because I'd like to hear
Yes.
parents, I'd like to hear what students have to say, and feel like they're, interactive. So I'd like to also be a part of that.
Yes.
And not be here.
I agree.
So,
And that's the downfall of the round robin, right? So I like your idea. It's a modification of Trustee Esparza Safarian to do the 2 or 3 finalists on one day, meaning the 10th. And then the next day, open those same 2 or 3 people up to either one town hall or 3 separate ones. You could do them 3 in a row, each 45 minutes.
And move them around.
And not move them around, just move them on and off whatever the facility is, the stage, because you're gonna assumingly have more people come. So,
yeah, okay, so that makes sense. So I like the idea of having 3 candidates on one day.
I like
March
that
10th,
too.
And then having maybe just one town hall, community town hall, one location, and having the 3 candidates, whether they go all together, whatever, maybe we can decide that later.
You
But
can decide
I
that
like
later.
scheduling that, that day on the 11th of March.
so in essence, you have the same process, you're just putting the 2 days closer to each other, which I think is
Okay.
great. I mean, that's not a problem.
Thank you. Trustee Biassatti?
My question was answered, thank you.
What did you say? Oh, okay. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make sure, and I like the idea of the round robin. We actually have used that before, but it was with the candidates, round robin with the, that's not a verb, but doing the round robin groups with the trustees in groups of 2 or 3. One thing that I'm already getting messages on already about the round robin is who's going to be in this group. So I wonder if we could clarify that maybe it could be something like how our focus groups were organized, because otherwise then we don't want people to feel that they couldn't be a part of this group, they couldn't be a part of this group. Because honestly, there'd be a lot of opportunity in this round robin group, because you could have a parent who's also an educator, or a parent that is also a member of maybe one of our committees. So, we kind of would have some overlap, but I would ask my colleagues that we, in choosing, how we're going to organize those groups for the round robin, that they're very inclusive.
Dr. Perez, do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mentioned earlier. I mean, once you make it more of an interview committee, then there's going to be the feeling that everyone wants to do that. And who are you allowing to do that? Or are you just opening it up to everyone? And the problem with opening it up to everyone is then sometimes you actually get less of a turnout than if they are committed to being there to be on the committee. So some things to think about, right? So we can, organize that there is a teacher group and a parent group and a community at large group, or let's call it an employee group rather than just, I don't know. We could work on that together and bring, back to the board on the 18th what we think for the 10th and the 11th. I don't think we're going to solve that tonight.
Yeah, we won't solve it tonight.
But we can bring back an idea for that, knowing that we want the interviews to be on the 24th and the 25th with a debrief on the 25th as to who's going to move on the 10th and the 11th, with the board interviewing the candidates on the 10th and there being some sort of community interviewing on the 11th with a proposal to come before you on the 18th.
Got it. I think we got it.
Okay. I think I got it too. So
Okay.
I'm excited to work with you, President Bustamante Adams, to work out the details, to bring a couple options to the board on the 18th.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Caruso to come up to make sure that he heard the same thing, because he's the one that's going to have to execute our logistics with you. And so, Mr. Caruso, can you come back and we'll if you didn't capture it all, no worries. Dr. Perez can help you, and then we're going to do public comment for this item.
Okay, so Madam President, just to make sure, so I have the 18th proposal we're going to do the presentation of the slate on the 18th, and we're also going to bring a proposal with the calendar for the remainder of February and March, just so we have that in writing out as reference.
Correct.
So then we move to the first round of interviews, which will be on the 24th. We're going to do that we're going to split the 25th, so we're doing the 24th in the afternoon. I just want to make sure that we have the time on that. Heard 4:30.
We put 3 p.m.
Yeah, 3 p.m. as of now.
Okay, so we're sticking with 3. All right, got it. So 3 p.m. on the 24th. The 25th, we have finish the interviews, do the debrief. Then the 10th, we're going to have the semifinalist interviews, finish the 11th, and then the debrief afterwards on the 11th, regardless of how late that may go. So I'm counting, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. So we would still go over then. Still need to pay for additional things, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We can put that in writing so they know exactly what that is on the 18th, based on what we come up with.
Okay, so the 18th we're covered, and I'm just trying to think the budget
18th
side
is
of the house. We're covered on the 18th, but then on the 18th, we'll need to make a motion for the
Use of part of the budget that's already in existence
for the 20.
for the extra days.
24th
So it's not adding to the budget, it's moving money from one part of the budget to another.
Right.
Okay. Because I'm going to ask for a motion from one of the trustees for that. Not yet, because we need to hear public comment, but, so keep that in mind. All right, so we are going to go to this item. Oh, trustee Sparta-Stroff
No,
again?
you want to do public comment, then I'll make a
Yes,
motion.
okay. So then, for this item, 2.0.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Bayless, can you come for a public comment on 2.01? And then Ms. Moulton, and then Vicky Krydell is who I have. Yes. Thank you for checking. I appreciate it. Please proceed, Mr. Bayless.
Well, first, I guess I would like to say it's kind of cool to see new faces up here. Some actually that smile. It's kind of cool. Not so much arguing. But I was actually, because I've been having a situation at my housing, so I haven't been able to get to the internet. But I had some colleagues of mine from in the city kind of recommended, since I forget my terminology here, but kind of schooled the school board already. Want to put my hat in for the superintendent job. Kind of seem to know the job. I wouldn't mind. Kind of be actually kind of good to work with the kids and actually figure out how to fix the core curriculums and where they're not so broken. So if you guys are willing, I'm down. It'd be fun. You guys don't even have to look into my credentials. My enough background checks. We already cleared those. So, hey, you guys know my number, obviously. So let me know. You guys have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Bayless. Ms. Moulton, if you could come up, and then Vicky Krydell, and then we have Anna Binder.
Thank you and good afternoon, but now it's almost evening. My name is Sheila Moulton. I am a former CCSD trustee from 1998 to about 2010. And currently I serve as president of a group called A Better Choice, a group of former trustees with over 80 years of experience and other committed community members to education. And today I will leave with your staff an invitation. We are going to present on Monday, February 10th from 6:30 to 7:30, a Zoom meeting that will be about the insights from past superintendent searches. It will be recorded. You can see it anytime and the invitations. And on the back of it, I'll tell you a little bit about the agenda that we want to produce to you. We have 7 items that we think are important to think about this search. And our only motive is to help you historically understand what's gone on, because it's wonderful to hear how Hazard Young and Atia have presented. And I'm just sitting there and I'm looking, and you are on for a roller coaster. And I can see you all trying so hard to be together, and that is so important. But what we want to say is that you have a quality search search firm, let them do their job. Have one spokesman for the entire board. Discuss and be united on the processes and strategies of the search. Number 3 is to engage the entire community, but do not allow a small faction to divert the goals of the board. Speak with one voice. Number 4 is to know and follow the open meeting law. Number 5 is look for a superintendent who will provide longevity and will engage all board members, community leaders, parents, staff, unions, legislators, and students. Number 6, ensure a clear specification for including internal candidates. And our final one, expect the unexpected, flexible, and stay united. And as I've heard this discussion, the more concise your search will be, I think will help. Because I'll tell you, in almost every search, we lost people along the way. And if you elongate it out, so I'm glad to see you're cutting down on the date. So please feel free to share our invitation and flyers with others if anybody in the audience wants to. It will just be the 5 participants, which are all 5 former CCSDs. It will be facilitated by Mo Dennis, a former state senator of ours, and we look forward to working with you. And then again, it will be recorded, so you could listen to it at any time. There won't be any interaction among the board members, but you'll just be able to hear a lot of history. So thank you and have a good evening, and these kids are great.
Thank you. Can we have, thank you so much. Can we have Ms. Binder, if you could take the other, Ms. Cardell, please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Cradell. I'm a CCSD teacher, and I'm the president of NEA of Southern Nevada. So I was here when they hired Dr. Jara in this boardroom, and I feel hopeful that the process this time is very different. To be honest, sitting in the audience that night, it was super confusing how we even got to that point, and we were all looking around going, what just happened? So I like the deliberate nature of this process. I like the fact that there's multiple meetings. I am personally going to take a day off, use my personal day to come down here and sit through the interviews because it's that important to us. Thankfully, I have one to use. But I do also appreciate Trustee Dominguez talking about splitting up some of the all-day sessions because I don't have another. So I can't come down and sit through take a day out of my classroom to come sit through another whole day. So I appreciate that we're trying to find workarounds so that everyone can participate. I can tell you, even if they're not here, there's lots of educators and staff of the district that are very interested in the process because we desperately need good leadership. We need our next superintendent to be able to help us pull everything together, fix the things that have gone wrong so that we can move forward in a positive direction and be the best we can for our students. So I think that's all that I wanted to talk about, but I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the firm coming in with the presentation. I don't know anything about these kind of things, but it was easy to understand. There's graphics that I can share with other educators and with my members so that they can understand the process. And I've now put all the dates into my calendar. So I feel like we're in a good place to make the best choice possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Binder?
Oh, thanks. Madam President, members of the board. Years ago, so you guys know, like, we have Vegas PBS. Years ago, when we did, like, some community meetings, former superintendent utilized not just Vegas PBS, I believe, but also our social media. And so they opened it up. One thing they didn't do back then was like a pre-submission, like a Google form, like, hey, do you have a question for one of these people? You can pre-submit your question. They also actually opened the comments section on the Facebook Live. Oh my God, shocker. It's been years. But for parents who don't have the time to commute, like we got a bunch of kids sitting here, they're gonna go in a minute. We have so much at our fingertips that we can utilize to really engage the community in these conversations versus just forcing parents to centralized locations, whether it's 1 day or 2 days. But power of social media, power of things that are at your disposal that probably don't cost any extra money. So I haven't, in all these presentations, I haven't heard you guys talk about utilizing those things that we can do. And of course, we're going to get comments that are inappropriate, aren't relevant, like we're going to get those regardless of how we take public comment on this. So I think we should utilize all of those options for the most optimized engagement that we possibly can. And it may prevent us from having to do a second day or whatnot. So thanks.
Thank you. With that, then, I will look for a motion, and I believe Trustee Esparza-Straffigan was in the queue.
Let's keep this simple, right? Okay, so I would like to entertain a motion to accept the presentation discussion with Howard Young, Atia, and Associates with the revised timeline, potential future budgetary options, and revised interview process.
Got it.
Thank you. So with that, do Trustee Cavazos, is that a second?
Yes, I will second that motion.
Okay, so you have a motion on the floor by Trustee Esparza-Straffigan, a second by Trustee Cavazos on the revised timeline, potential budgetary costs, and revised interview process. Please cast your votes. Okay, that motion passes 7-0. Thank you for the great discussion, and thank you for those that are watching online. Like I said, we are required to have all our discussions open in the public, and so this is our second board work session, and we continue to make progress, and so I'm just really proud of the team. And so now I'm going to take the privilege to go ahead and move out of order and have our public comment on items not listed as action items on the agenda. And I have Mr. Bayless, you have the first, and then I'm going to ask the football field, Lindsay Selsmeyer and Jeremy Fredrickson. So Mr. Bayless, you're first on items not listed as an agenda item.
So yeah, I spoke to, I guess we refer to them as the business community here. They told me to bring it up to you guys. March, we had a situation where my residences was disrupted by some outside influences that they were going to rectify and get me residence in March. But because of a situation that happened in April, that got sidetracked. So I was requesting if, since Gowdy's not here no more to facilitate that, if somebody could possibly get that ball rolling again, because the situation is still required. Just kind of been prolonged and hella detained. A lot of roadblocks. But, so requesting if the business community can maybe get with me. You guys know my phone number. It's not like it's not knowledge. If we can please get that facilitated so we can get things motivated and maybe solve a lot of problems that I have quite a few solutions to. I actually talked to some of my family, which ironically a lot of you guys know. I have professors from Cambridge, Harvard, and Yale, and a few of other universities that are more than willing to come down and help. They see how bad we are and realize how bad things are as far as economics, financing, business, education. See, I come as superintendent, but I got to come with a lot of backing behind me. You know, like the U.S. government. Guys that fund you guys, right? So working together, we can probably solve a lot of your guys' problems and not as many roadblocks as you guys normally deal with, since you have the direct line to the people you would need. Which, hey, isn't that one of the key factors of a superintendent job? Knowing the people? Just putting that out there. You guys have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Bayless. Can I have Lindsay Selsmeyer? And I know that there's a large group, yes, please come together, that's fine. And I know that Jeremy Fredrickson, and Lindsay, if you could tell me how can we best utilize the time, since we have several individuals that like to speak, what would be your suggestion?
I think a little bit, maybe a couple minutes at a time after I read what I wrote down.
Okay.
A little bit, and
Okay.
kind of go from there and kind of wing it, if it's okay with you.
Well, yes, and then we do
It'll be
have a
fast.
timer, but we will
It'll be
follow.
fast.
I want to make sure we honor you, so thank you. Please proceed.
All right. My name is Coach Jeremy. I'm the president of the Henderson Cowboys tackle football program. Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank the board for taking time to listen to our field problem located behind Sylvester Middle School. The principal has revoked the permit for youth sports to practice on the field during the weekdays after school from 6 to 8 p.m. The Henderson Cowboys is a youth football camp that consists of cheerleading, flag, and tackle teams ranging from 5 years old to 13 years old. We total over 300 kids from the Clark County area. Our camp meets the family needs by siblings playing sports because HC offers multiple age groups. This field location is essential to how successful this camp has been and currently is. HC has entered our 20-year anniversary this year, and it has literally been turned upside down. We are fighting for the Sylvester field because it has lights and space that can accommodate all of us. There are no other parks or venues in this area to support our camp. It is so important to keep our families together and not split up to different locations or drive 20 or 30 minutes away from the Sylvester field. Please, I ask this board to give us this park back to the kids during the weekdays between 6 and 8 p.m. Please, step in and help us. We got nothing, we got no one left. We have so many memories in this field. Watching kids make their first tackle or their first cheer. This is emotional for all these people in this room. We're all volunteers. We volunteer our time. We come from work, and we come, and we literally sit on that field for 2 to 3 hours. To get thrown off that field is utterly a disrespect, and it's immoral. And the person making this decision has to go. That's emotion speaking. But obviously, we want to do what's best judgment of the kids. We want to work for whatever the problems may be. We want to work with the person deciding this. Now I would like to present some of our HC families to speak on the situation.
Yes, and so I don't know if Jeremy Fredrickson is also, that's you, Jeremy, and then you're Lindsay. Got it. And Lindsay, do you want to have your time?
I would just like to say also that, there was no communication that was made. We all of a sudden just were out at practice one day and were escorted off. It's like we want to be out there, not only as a football community, but a lot of time, like as a family. A lot of these kids, we're trying to keep them out of trouble, and they need football in a lot more ways than just football. We try to be mentors to them. We try to be something positive for them to have to go to, and for them to see us, and not only us, but them be escorted out by police, and then looking up to us and asking us, what are we going to do now? And did we do something wrong? And we don't have an answer for them, and we don't know what to do. And them telling us, if we can't practice here, our parents said, we can't play football anymore. Can you please, help us find an answer? So, it's all about the kids. I don't care about anything else. We will work if there's issues. We weren't made aware of them. And we just, like, a little communication goes a long way. If something's broken, we can't fix it if we don't know how to. And we're willing to put in the work and do anything that they ask us to do to continue to be on that field. It's very important. And, you know, we're trying to raise young men and women, not just coach football. So that's it.
Thank you. And then Lindsay and Jeremy, how would you like to bring up your individuals? Because I have the cards, but I don't know who would like
Okay.
to speak. And
Well,
they can
if-
come up one at a time.
That's okay with you?
Yep, please
thank
come
you.
up.
All right.
And there's two, so we could have them tag team. Anybody else want to speak? You just say your name for the record.
Sure.
Anybody else, please line up. And then we'll start with the young man here to my left, but anybody else, please line up right behind one another. Yep, and either way, it's, okay, either way. Okay. All right. The young man in the middle, would you like to speak? Number 21? Yeah? Or you're good? Okay.
Tito, sit down.
Okay. All right. So just the young man, just say your name and then make your statement, please.
Hello, I am Jackson Ryan Balmer. Today, I stand here feeling a mix of emotions, sadness, disappointment, and frustration. For the past 5 seasons, I've had the privilege of playing with the Henderson Cowboys, a team that has become like family to me. This field has been our home, a place where we've grown, competed, and shared countless memories. Knowing that we are being forced to leave after this field has served this organization for 20 years is heartbreaking. It's more than just a patch of grass. It's where friendships were built, skills were sharpened, and dreams were chased. What hurts even more is knowing that some of my teammates won't be there to play with me anymore. We've built such strong bonds, and it's hard to imagine stepping onto a different field without them. I know that challenges like this are a part of life, but that doesn't make it any easier. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has made this place special. I only ask, please don't take our field away. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you so much. And generally, we don't do clapping. If you guys could just do the snaps, that would be helpful. And then we'll go to my right here and then go ahead and sit down on the left. Just say your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Baumert. I am 13U and 8U coach for the Henderson Cowboys. I would like to offer maybe a Q&A of the board instead of me reading, if that's something you guys would want from me.
Just stop. What do you mean Q&A?
Would you guys like to ask me questions or about what's going on versus me spending 3 minutes reciting something?
Yeah, actually, our public comment is just a listening.
Okay.
So not a back and forth.
I just wanted to offer that suggestion.
Thank you so much. We'll
Okay.
restart your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Balmer. I come before you not as a concerned citizen, not as a volunteer, not as a parent, but as a coach. Yes, of course, I'm all of those things above, but on and off the field, I'm a coach first and everything else second. My life has been dedicated to the development of young minds. The youth relies on us coaches to set the example, to give them proper guidance. We do not get paid. Quite the opposite. Us coaches spend thousands of our own dollars to buy equipment for kids who can't afford it, uniforms, helmets, endless mouth guards, training equipment, and more. We drive to pick them up. We sit and wait for them long after the lights have turned off, waiting for their parents to get off work. It's our job to keep the light in their hearts lit, and to find out that it might be put out is heartbreaking, and we have to do everything we can to stop that from happening. Come the reason for this statement, Silvestri Middle School, the Henderson Cowboys, we've been there for 20 years, developed thousands of kids on that field, and HC's fostered and mentored them all. Nothing more impressive than a student athlete. Above all CCSD students, the student athlete is the one who attends school all day, then it goes to 2 hours of intense physical practice, then home, maybe some dinner, homework for the rest of the night, all again to do it the next day. I know I have 3 sons in my family that play on 8U, 11U, and 13U. The work they do is incredible. These kids you are the ones you go to bat for. You go all in for. You do not rip the field out from underneath them. What's happening to the field to us is horrific. It's more than just a piece of dirt. It's what we pride for. We are proud to be on that field. We are honored to be on that field. The school doesn't spend money on our team, but benefits from us and our pride to be at the Silvestri Park. The Valley knows our park knows that park is the Henderson Cowboys location. It is all about the kids. We shouldn't worry about they shouldn't have to worry about this stuff. We as adults need to make the decision to help them, and it's no child left behind. May my words carry weight. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach. Next, if you can just say your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Talia Sokol. Thank you to everyone for allowing us to speak. I'm actually a sister. I'm sibling to Sergio Sokol. He's in 13U, and my mom is right here, Guadalupe. Just to say why this is important to us, aside from the team bonding, family bonding, and everything, commute is very important. Between our family, we cut that into 2 different people. I myself am available Tuesdays and Thursdays to take him to practice. As well offer carpooling because it is centrally located. We can allow to pick up other kids as well. I'd also like to add, it's just a lot easier because the park is centrally located. It's away from some busy highways and busy streets. The park is gated, so little kids can come to and play and feel safe as well. I also like to say that it's large enough to not just only host us, but it also hosts other teams. It hosts baseball, softball, cricket, and more. Also, there's lots of parking space in this area as well. Makes it so much easier for us. There's lighting at nighttime in case when those winter time, it's a little bit later for us. It's also private, minimal contact with other residential areas and stuff like that, I would say. And overall, this team is so important for my family and everyone involved. It's not just about the sport of football, but everything that ties into that, as well as family and everything else. I'd also like to take note. I understand that there is other park, but for 20 years, this has been our home. This has been where we've all gathered to come together and love and show our support and love for these kids and show our role models. It's not just about the sport. It's just about also what we bring to these kids and how we can provide a safe environment for them to feel welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, just say your name for the record, and then the next person can go.
Hi, my name is Amber Frederickson. I'm the camp mom of the Henderson Cowboys. And she did say it perfectly as far as the central location is concerned. That's what the main deal is about right now. Anything that can hold our camp is going to be 20 to 30 minutes farther drive for our families. So I just wanted to paint the picture of how the Silvestri field is, what it looks like. It's the biggest green grass area in that location. I personally have drove for hours every day since we've heard about them taking the field from us. And right now the lights, are a humongous thing. No parks have lights like this does. There's no area in that spot that can hold us all. This field was actually part of the city field, and it just got allocated back to the school, which now we're having it taken from us. So I don't know exactly what that means, but I do know when I drive by now, it's completely dark, the lights are off, and it's really, really sad. It's a shame because the youth football, the youth athletes, these youth coaches that volunteer their time, we're pure goodness of the world. We're trying to help these children. It's for the kids. It's for the children. And we want it only for them and only to help the families be able to commute easily. And we're used to it, this field. We're not able to transfer, 30 minutes, and we all live in Vegas and we know how long 30 minutes can take. So we're just asking for everyone to please just have a spot in their heart and to think of the kids. It's not about us adults. It's farther more than just one person and what she's doing to all these families. So we just ask for help. We just want the lights turned on. We want to be a partnership with the school. I want to have personal contact. I will go out of my way. I will, like, she can text me, hey, Amber, we have an event at the school. I can transfer practice to another day and accommodate the school, if that needs to be done. But I just hope everyone can just in their heart, just think of all the kids. It's hard to make different fields and juggle. I'm to know I have 6 of my own, and it's hard to juggle, so we're standing up, fighting for our field. And thank you guys so much for listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Miss Amber. Next, if you could state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Jacob Jackson. I'm a Henderson Cowboys coach for the 11U. I just want to say that everybody hit the nail on the head when it comes to the central location. So I'm sure everybody here is familiar with the location of SYHS Middle School. For those of you, if you may not be, if you paint a picture of Las Vegas, it's basically just one big circle. This is at the bottom of that circle in the central location. This can bring in people from Enterprise, from Henderson, from Central Vegas, from North Las Vegas. This is a hub that everybody has known for over 20 years, that this is the prime location for our students, for our student athletes to come to. And by saying student athlete, I mean, that is our mission statement at the Henderson Cowboys. We do grade checks. We consistently drive these kids to get better grades. If they don't get good grades, they get benched. That's plain and simple. That goes all the way to high school. We uphold our mission statement for this. And here at Volunteer Coaches, and with the lead of Jeremy Fredrickson right here, we uphold a certain standard for these boys and girls. We have girls on our tackle football team. We have everybody going from co-ed on 7-on-7 in flag. This isn't just about a group of young men. This is about a group of young athletes. Now, I truly believe that this field has meaning to everybody. My son, this will be his last season with the Henderson Cowboys. He had his very first tackle, his very first steps at Sylvester Middle School, starting with the Henderson Cowboys, and next season will be his last before he moves on to high school. There are memories created. The gate is another huge thing. With it being in a secure location, we have parents around the entrance and the exits of the gate that our kids can feel safe. We have groups of girls, of young children playing, knowing that they can't be taken or go anywhere because we have parents guarding everywhere. Everybody knows everybody. We all talk. Somebody's not going to be able to take our children. They're able to be safe with each other. Everybody there has ties. And I just want to say thank you. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, thank you, Jacob. Next, if you could state your name for the record.
My name's Danielle, and I am an admin at HC. My kid has been there since he was 6, and I do a lot for the camp. I know that some of you guys might think it's a patch of grass or why are they fighting so hard? But HC is so much more than that, and you guys might think it's just youth football, but it's so much more than that. We are a family. The kids want to be together more than anything. It's so much more than having them off the streets. It's so much more than anything. It's single family households. It's kids that only have one parent. It's single moms, single dads, kids that come from houses that they need to get out of their homes. That Silvestri gave kids that came from different sides of town somewhere to go. It was ripped right out underneath. It came from kids who had 2-parent households, but that didn't have a great lifestyle. It came from so many different places. It came from coaches that picked up kids from so many different parts of town. So it was so much more than just a field for us to practice on. It was us as coaches and team moms and parents that loved these kids that we would drive 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get them to one location. We had cheerleaders and we had 6U players that when they needed to use the restroom in a safe area, we would still walk them there. It was a gated community. It was a gated home. It was our home. It was our family's home. And when I say ours, we had 300 kids. But I'm telling you, everybody in this room right here that actually showed up today, they love each other day in and day out. And I'm going to tell you a quick story of how I got to the Cowboys. I came here from a different organization, and my kid was 5. He put on a helmet, and I walk up, and they used to weigh kids in. And I hear these 5- and 6-year-olds say to the refs, "Yes, sir, I'm number 20, sir." And I'm like, who are these 5- and 6-year-olds saying that?
what grown adult is teaching these kids this much respect? And it was Jeremy Frederickson. And in that moment, I'm like, who is this man? Like what kind of coach is he? In that moment, when they were done, I walked up to him and I said, what team are you from? I'm not lying to you guys. I left where I was and I went to him, and I've been with him ever since. My son has been with him and will end up with him. We are 12U. I have one more season left. So it's so much more the respect that he has shown my kids, the kids to come, the kids that have left. They come back and they give. So it's more than a grass field. It is who he is, speaks volumes to the city. It speaks volumes to the teams. We go to play other teams and the coaches come up and say, Jeremy, we love playing you. They show so much respect to this man right here. It's because of who he is. So if there's anything we can do to the principal and talk to her and work with her, we will do it. We are willing to do anything that is necessary at this point to work with the city, to work with her, to work with the school, because it's more than a patch of grass. It's literally, it's for the youth. So if there's anything that we can do, our arms are open and we're willing to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, if you state your name.
Hello, my name is Damon Burton. I'm a defensive coordinator for 11U Henderson Cowboys. Excuse me. I too came from a different team. I was with Vegas Golden Knights first. And when I took my oldest son, Kalani, we came over and from the very first time we came to Sylvester, we just kind of knew we got that family feeling. You know what I mean? We got a motto we use in our camp that it takes a village to raise these kids. And for the last 20 years, that was their village. That was our village, you know, and it's kind of disheartening, and it's to see, you know, what's taking place with the camp and with the field, you know what I mean? Excuse me for a second, I apologize. But I just want to say like, how it's bigger than that field, you know. I'm an inner city kid. So kind of how we spoke on about earlier, a lot of inner city kids walk. They ride bikes to come to practice. And without that field, where do they go? They get pushed back into the streets. Who's there to protect them? And I don't think that was taken account of when the decision was made to pull the field from under us. These coaches, these team moms, these parents, they volunteer their hearts. We volunteer our time. We volunteer our money to take care of other people's kids. Sometimes we don't even have time for our own kids. And just the fact that the principal was able to do that without even attempting to come and figure out a plan of action. If there was issues being made at the field, how can we fix it? But just for it to be taken from us without any warning, hey, this is what you guys doing wrong, anything like that. It's very confusing. It hurts, and it's a sad sight when you're in the middle of practice and you're getting escorted off the field by school police, and then you have children asking you, what's going on? Why can't we practice? They're 5 and 6. They don't know what's going on. It hurts. Because at the end of the day, it's not for any one of these adults. It's not for us. It's for the babies. This is for the babies. It's not for no adult in here. This is for the betterment of the next generation. The next generation. And all we're doing for the last 20 years, every Friday we have a potluck. We don't just feed our teams. We feed every team in the camp. We feed the community. For the last 20 years, Henderson Cowboys have been a pillar in that community. So I'm just asking if there's anything that you can do. If you find it in your heart, help us.
Thank you, Coach. I appreciate you being here. Next.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Landon Gillerson, and I'm the quarterback for our 11U football team. I stand here today not just as a player, but as a teammate, a leader, and someone who cares deeply about this team and everything we've built together. This past season, we made history. We worked hard, gave everything we had, and made it all the way to Nationals in Florida, finishing 3rd place. That's something we should all be proud of, but we didn't get there by luck. We got there through hard work, dedication, and countless hours of practice right on Sylvester's field. For years, this field has been more than just a place to run drills. It's where we've learned teamwork, discipline, and respect. It's where we build friendships that go beyond football. Taking this field away from us isn't just an inconvenience. It's a decision that could break us apart in something special. Many of our parents already make sacrifices to get us there. If we lose this field and have to move somewhere even farther, some of our teammates might not be able to continue playing. And if we lose players, we lose chemistry, the bond, and the foundation that made us so successful. We don't just want to play football. We want to keep building on what we started. We want to keep representing our school, our community, and everybody who believes in us. So today I ask, please reconsider this decision. Help us keep this team together. Help us continue our journey, not just for ourselves, but for every young athlete who dreams of being part of this great organization, Henderson Cowboys. HCU, no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next. Just state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Mason Belanger, and I play for the 13U Henderson Cowboys tackle football. After playing with the Henderson Cowboys, I realized that these people that I play with, my teammates, they're not just my teammates, but they're my best friends and some of my only friends. And just seeing that my coach, Coach Nick, and the coaches that help us, like Coach Jacob, always dedicate all their time, their money, their attention, everything to us to help us grow and be better and have a future in football. And to see all of my teammates succeed on this field is something just really great. And they have taught me so much and helped me find a new passion in football. And they've changed everything, how I see sports, what I want to do in life. Like they've influenced everything for me, and it's like the Henderson Cowboys Foundation is everything to me. And watching us start to get kicked off of the field really hurts, especially as we were just about to start up our next season and my final season. It's just everybody in the Henderson Cowboys, including Team Mom, who's always there giving us water on field and comforting us on field. I really would not want to leave this team, and I wouldn't want to have to join another team and get away from my best friends. So I just want to let you guys know how much this field means to us and me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And then you guys are together?
Yeah, I'm his mother. I'm Noelle Belanger, and I know it's getting really repetitive, but bottom line is CCSD students make up most of all of this camp, and they need this field. I know it's not your fault. I guess everything lands on the principal of Sylvester Middle School, but we were told that the reason why she made this decision is because they want to have their own after school events. So we're here to compromise, and we're here to ask for your help because we want to compromise with her. Any after school events, we can just, like she said, we can just reschedule our training for the night and do it on a different night. We are there from 6 to 8 as well. So a lot of after school events are not that late. So at the end of the day, we're just asking for you guys' help because we're willing to compromise with Sylvester Middle School's principal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. And then our last person, I think, Mr. Camejo, are you with Sylvester also? Okay. Please come forward. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
My name is Derek Moorfield. I've been with the Henderson Cowboys for since 2014. Most of that time we've been at Sylvester School. I've also been a youth coach for the last 22 years in Vegas. there's always been a field issue, whether it's Sylvester or any other part of the city. I've coached all over. It's Vegas has what, 3 million people now, so it's very hard to accommodate everybody. We have a large camp of over 250 to 300 kids. But my thing is, everyone's pretty much said everything. It's about the kids. We don't make any money. I don't make any money doing this, but we are a vendor. We're a consumer. We pay. Our kids, everyone in here is paid to play. So with that, you need fields to play on. This is one of the most centralized fields for us. It's right off the freeway. We have people coming from Summerlin and different parts of the area, but now you want to take this field away that's been here before you were even a principal there. Do you know what I mean? We just need help and people understanding that we're here for the kids. It's about the betterment of the kids. So to give you a quick story, one of the kids on my team, on one of the teams I coach on, also goes to that school. So I get a call or a text. They had a game, and she was like, hey, I can't make practice tonight because I can't take the bus there and get back. My mom doesn't want me to do that. Everyone doesn't have the luxury of having a car. Some people have to Uber. Some ride their bikes. I mean, it's a lot bigger than just, ooh, I don't want anyone on my field. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know, it just breaks my heart because, like I said, I've been doing this a while, and this is my first rodeo with field allocations and things like that. But like I said, we pay for the fields because we pay a league. The league then, does their part and they pay. And all of a sudden, oh, we don't want to, we're going to revoke your rights, to play on the field. And it just makes no sense. I was also there the day that the police came. And they were fine. It wasn't like they were mean or anything, but it was still the situation. And we have kids from 5 all the way up to 13 that was on the field. There were also other teams that were playing, and everyone had to get escorted out. It just wasn't a good look. Our kids, it was freezing that day. The kids were like, why do we got to leave? What did we do wrong? What's going on? Kids don't always equate the cops or police, for something good. Sometimes they see it as, oh, did someone do something wrong? Is someone going to go to jail because we're just trying to play football? Also, I like to say that Jeremy Fredrickson over there is doing a great job with our camp. Like I said, it's been around for 20 years. It's our anniversary. We shouldn't be going through this. And, if you don't stand for something, you'll sit for anything. So thank you and help us out, please.
Thank you, Coach. And then Abraham?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Dr. Brenda Mitchell-Larson, good to see everybody. I am so thankful for you guys hearing this team. Coach Nick reached out to me, informing me of what's going on with the team and how a principal decided not to engage into any conversations with the team regarding trying to figure out a compromise. And so I invited the team and the coaches to come speak to you guys so that way we can come up with a solution. I like to come up with solutions. And so looking at the field, I drove down this field and I went to go take a look at it. It's being heavily used. It also meets requirements for my committee on bond oversight to look at this field to possibly partner up with the Clark County Commission and see if we can come up with an agreement with Parks and Rec, because this park is centrally located and it is time for this park to have an upgrade. The athletes don't have a bathroom to use. They use the porta potties. So I think it's a great opportunity for bond oversight to look at this field, bring suggestions where you guys can make a decision and vote for this, and then maybe we can add some bathrooms in there. The field is completely fenced off. It's away from the school property. It is a community park. So this agreement for these students and these student athletes should have the opportunity to not only practice, but to use this program as a filter for the high school team. And these young men that spoke, those are our future leaders. So I speak also as a father. My daughters are cheerleaders, and they cheer at games like this on Saturdays. So it's part of a community, that families that we get up together, we move our chairs and camping gear, and we're out there. This is one of the only parks out there in that area that does have a field. So with your guys' permission, I would like to have further discussions and add it to our agenda on Bond Oversight Committee, where we can look into this, talk to Brandon and the construction team, and then come back to you guys with suggestions on how to move forward and not only get back this field, but actually improve it for many more years to come. Also, not to put any pressure on you guys, but the team, they need a field because the football season starts February 11th. They need somewhere to practice, they need somewhere to play. And this is the difference between these young men and this team staying off tablets, off the streets, and being involved as student athletes because they have a signed agreement that they agree to have good grades to play on their team. And I hopefully that we can have this discussion, figure out any issues, permits, any bond requirements, and then that way we can work together as a community because we are CSN. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Hannah Binder, you're the only other person I have. Is it on this topic? Okay, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. So many of you may or may not know or remember me, but I was one of the original people who had to fight to get sports back during COVID when our former superintendent didn't think that sports was important for kids. And those were our high school kids. So as everybody said, these are our future high school kids. So regardless of what schools they attend now, they're going to feed into our public schools here in just a few years. As you could tell by their presentations, they're very well spoken. They could read, actually above grade level. So whatever this program's doing for these kids, it is working. So I understand the policy that it is up to the school principal, and I don't think anyone's looking to take away that decision making from her. I do think there is room for like a restorative justice meeting to figure out like what went wrong. And if we can't convince the principal to allow them back on this field, Schofield, which is about 2 miles away, has an amazing field that I know you can use. I used to live across the street, but you have to ask that principal. But I believe we could extend helping them find another field in the area. I mean, Silvestri is off, Maryland and Silverado Parkway, and Schofield is actually more adjacent to the freeway for easier access. There's also Silverado High School that we just put a ton of money into revitalization on. There are options in this area of the community, and I would hope that, what do they call it? Operations could help this team out and these kids and help them find a field so they can keep meeting, even if it's not at Silvestri. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Okay, that closed that segment of public comment. If you are here for the Silvestri Junior High School and with the Henderson Cowboys, if you could please stand up. I know everybody did not get to speak. I want to be able the trustees to see. So just thank you for being here this evening. Thank you for sharing your comments. Coach Fredrickson, no, Coach, yes. We don't have a lot of CCSD staff here but our superintendent will speak with you outside. Just want to thank you guys all for coming and thank you for providing public comment. All right, as we transition out, then we're going to go to the next agenda item, and that is a legislative update. Give me just a second, gentlemen, while we... And thank you for letting us take that out of order. I know that the discussion on the superintendent search lasted a little longer, but this is not an action item, so we're just going to have a presentation so that the trustees can ask questions. And Mr. Story, if you could please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent, Dr. Larson Mitchell. We are here today to discuss the 83rd legislative session with you, which started this past Monday. We will discuss the Clark County School District's legislative platform, which is designed to promote the adoption of legislation that aligns with the district's priorities for public education. It serves as a critical tool in advocacy in our efforts with policymakers, families, and all stakeholders. The platform was initially adopted in July 2024 after government relations staff held several months of meetings with department and school district leadership. We'll now hear from Assistant Superintendent for Community Partnerships and Government Relations, Dr. Brad Keating, and he's going to walk us through the actual parts of the platform.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Brad Keating for the record. So the platform before you was crafted with a student-first approach. We firmly believe that when students thrive, we all benefit. By focusing on students in each and every decision we make, we're laying the foundation for a brighter and more prosperous future for everyone. This strategy is grounded in bipartisan collaboration and transparency as we work hand in hand with our community to accelerate student success through legislative advocacy. It is inclusive of two key themes of how we will approach our work at the legislative session. Number one, we are CCSD, one community for all of our children, emphasizing our interdependence as one community committed to the well-being and success of all children. Unity must be reflected in our advocacy for policies that support our collective purpose. Number two, investment in public education. We're grateful to the legislature and the governor for providing a historic investment in public education the past session over the most recent biennium, and we will continue communicating the urgent need for ongoing investment to meet those students' needs. Keeping in mind that all priorities are crafted to elevate student outcomes, the platform is organized into three high-level topics. Number one, equitable access to high-quality educators. Two, meeting students' needs. And three, modern systems for a new generation. Within each of these topic areas, we've articulated specific aligned policy priorities. Those materials have been provided on board docs. Those reference those areas. And Director of Government Relations, Nathaniel Waugh, will discuss the district's bills, the two bills that we're bringing forward this session.
Thank you, Dr. Keating. Madam President, trustees. Included in the updated platform are the district's two bills, Assembly Bill 47 and Assembly Bill 48. Assembly Bill 47 reflects the board's priority in securing additional investment to aid in recruitment, retention, and professional development efforts by using any overage in the Education Stabilization Account, which would otherwise revert to the State Education Fund to support districts across the state in recruiting, retaining, and developing high-quality licensed educators. Assembly 48 shifts the burden of relocating students involved in substantiated bullying incidents from the victim to the bully. This board has expressed a long-held concern that the current process and statute is to make the victim and their families figure out new schools, transportations, and all the other issues that entails, rather than the bully. This bill, however, also continues to allow a victim to request to change schools, provided that in the reassignment, the victim and the bully do not end up at the same school. This bill will change the message from don't be a victim to don't be a bully. And the first hearing for Assembly Bill 48 is currently scheduled for Tuesday, February 18th. And I will turn it back to Mr. Story.
In closing, we look forward to working with policymakers, educators, students, parents, community members, and you, trustees, for this upcoming session and invite them to join us in advocating for bold action to improve high-quality student outcomes. And with that, we stand ready for questions that you may have regarding the platform.
Thank you. And just remember, you can go directly to the member. And in the queue, I see Trustee Stevens and then Trustee Dominguez.
Hi, gentlemen. So when I think about everything that you have to do in Carson, and I look at this, and I know that you're planning on meeting with legislators, and I know that sometimes you'll present something and it can kind of get torn apart a little bit. They'll add, take away, whatever. As you go through this process and you're trying to meet with different folks, I guess I'm wondering if when you come back for the next update, what will be presented so we have that kind of transparency to know like who you're meeting with, what's going on, what's the update on these particular bills, and what else we might need to know on what's going on with the other bills surrounding education up north. So,
Trustee Brad Keating for the record. Thank you for the question. And it's I haven't had a chance to meet you. It's an honor to meet you in person. You are my trustee, so thank you. So as we move forward for the next 117 days, not that I'm counting at all, but as we move forward, so There's a few different things that we will do. Number one, there's a weekly report that goes out to people that sign up. It lists all the bills that we're following, that we're tracking. It says where they're at, how they're moving, what's happening, and we'll provide weekly updates on that. And those will be shared with you as trustees and the community as well. We also host, we're going to participate in the bi-weekly meetings that you all have with the superintendent. So we'll provide updates to you there. In addition to every one of the board meetings, we will be providing a public report to let you know where we're at on bills. So as we move forward through this session, you'll hear from us more than you want to hear from us. But we want your feedback as we go through this process. As a bill gets introduced, we're immediately working with the stakeholders within the district and the experts here to find out if it's a bill that deals with facilities. We're going to the facilities unit immediately and getting their feedback. From there, every week we have a number of different stakeholder meetings that we participate in. One of them with the Department of Education, one stakeholder meeting with our association groups so that we're meeting and talking through the bills there. And then one meeting with ourselves, the Washoe County School District, all other school districts through the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, and NASB, this Nevada Association of School Boards. So we meet every Monday at 11 a.m., I think is the time. So we're constantly taking those, making sure that we as districts are aligned in the message moving forward, and then we will constantly communicate that back to you. So you will hear from us weekly on where the session is going and what's happening.
If I could just add very quickly, Trustee Stevens, one last thing. The platform, this came up during our conversation in July as well. The platform serves as our guide to the legislature, right, for the whole session. So if it aligns here, you can imagine that we are supporting that thing. If it's not included here, we will take it under consideration, and then that will come up throughout the session. But this is our guiding star here, our North Star.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you. I since this is my first time kind of going through this with a legislative session, is there certain lobbyists or certain firms that you're working with, or is it, and is there, I guess, just like what's the process as far as like, are we having like an education day? Like how are we kind of like soliciting to our assembly women and men?
Thank you, Trustee Brad Keating, for the question. They are now assembly members as of yesterday, I think it was. I'm learning that while I'm up there meeting with them, making sure we're calling them correctly. So we are working in collaboration with all stakeholders to move forward on all of our bills with the community. Yeah. So to give you a historical perspective, so the Clark County School District until 2019 had never had an outside lobbyist work with the school district. We tried it in 2019 and we hired two firms, Strategies 360 and GP Partnerships. After that session, a decision was made by the superintendent to go back internal. So we had three staff members at the time, and then it became two staff members. So I was with the district leading the government relations team in the 21 session, myself and a coordinator, and then moving to 23. So we had reached out and looked at hiring a firm for this current session that we're in 25. The contract did not work out. We couldn't come to terms on the contract. So we are, so Nate and myself will be up there full time every single day, as well as we'll have the support of Todd, the superintendent, and the staff here in Las Vegas to make sure we're moving forward. So we're confident that there won't be any issues, that you will have the knowledge and through the meetings and everything that we're doing, and that we'll be able to push everything that the district needs forward successfully.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan?
Thank you, gentlemen. I want to share, I have a few questions I would like to ask because I want to get into the weeds of the work. So one of the things that I am curious about, and I know our legislators will be as well, is the AB 47. When you're asking about looking at the amount of money, It was something that I think I asked in a previous meeting about what would be the ask when we go to them approximately, because we know that negotiations are going to happen. That's the unknown. But I just want to be forward thinking because of what happened this year with our budget and how we had a shortfall. And we know that teachers cost more. So I'm just curious to ask the team, are we not working in silos like we said, to have communication with the budget team to know what we're asking for?
Trustee Esparza-Stoffer and Todd Story, for the record, I'll take a first stab at responding. So AB 47 specifically is regarding teacher recruitment, retention, and development. So that is separate and apart from what we would budget. Every school district, if the bill should pass, every school district would have the opportunity to go to the fund, the education fund, if there's an overage, and utilize those funds to recruit, retain, and develop teachers. So it would be similar to a grant-style program, but we would all compete equally, and then based on the need, it would be through the Nevada Department of Education that would then review that, make sure that everything is in line with the law, and then provide those grants if those funds are available.
Thank you for that, because I appreciate that we will get, and I know you're going to be very busy up there. So we appreciate that you will be tuning in, whether it's in a virtual way, and those are things that whatever they may be asking you to come back, and we want to kind of start planning for that. So thank you for the process of when we potentially, if it did pass, how we can go and do the ask and get ready as we're going forward. My second question is actually, it's a two-part because it's regarding AB 48 with bullying. I had an opportunity to listen to some administrators, and this is maybe more of a technical question, and I want it to get on record. So the question is that you have it in, let's see, give me a minute. Okay, I love this document. You have it on page 2 of 2 at the very bottom. Modern systems for a new generation. And I appreciate where you talk about removing cumbersome statutes to the NRS and streamlining the data collection and reporting processes. So the reason I'm zoning in on this verbiage, it really applies to what I'm going to say that they commented on. And it's not necessarily something that maybe this team can change, but their concern is the process of the law requires certain demands because of the timeline, so that administrators really sometimes are tied up with doing the process to investigate, and sometimes those investigations are unsubstantiated, and it's a lot of effort and time. And I'll give you an example. A principal said that they had to make hard decisions and assign one administrator that would completely focus on bullying reports. That person's day and week is consumed, not because that isn't an issue everywhere, but I don't know if that's a technical process in our system within the district that we can go back and revisit. And I could ask our interim, who is not with us, but I want it to go on record that that was something that the administrators expressed. So I'll pause and do a quick follow-up.
Trustee Esparza-Stoffer and Todd Story, for the record again. I'm aware of what you're referencing, that a number of schools, principals, administrators specifically, have had to field bullying complaints that upon investigation turned out to not be valid. So the percentage difference between what's filed and what is validated is quite large, actually. So AB 48 doesn't seek to address that necessarily. What it does seek to address, though, is to give the administrator at the school on campus the ability to determine the best outcome for the children involved, right? So the current state law says that, the statute says that only the victim can be moved, as the board well knows. That's why it became one of our bills. This will enable them to look at the situation and determine going forward, is it better to move the perpetrator or is it better to move the victim, give the conversation the opportunity to have those consultations with the family to decide which is the best outcome here, right? So that there's not one option only. So, but knowing full well what it is that you're referencing, I think that that is something that's going to be looked at. I know I've had a conversation with the CASAPI executive director on that very issue, and so we will be working with them to seek to address that issue as well.
And again, I appreciate that we are going forward with this because I like the way that we are approaching, that we are not victimizing the victim, and we are trying to give them that opportunity to, take ownership of the incidents that could be very much substantiated because bullying is happening, and so we do not tolerate that. Thank you for noting it, and thank you for saying that you're having those conversations. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Government Affairs team, thank you for being here tonight and presenting us with this report and this update. And I'm so glad to know that you're going to be providing us with the regular updates and also joining our one-on-ones. That's going to be very much needed. I just wanted to go to page 2 of I think it's page 2. Let me put my glasses on so I can see what page I'm on. Page 2 on meeting students' needs. And again, talking as my colleagues were bringing up about the ask, and in talking with some of, especially the new legislators, the first-time legislators, and them talking to me about, meeting the needs of our students. One of the things, of course, they come to me about are the mental health resources. And so wanting to share with you some of the things that have been brought up by at least 4 of the new legislators is that when we are asking for more funding and we are using that one, the third point there, providing broader access to mental health resources for students and educators, one of the points that was brought up to me numerous times was that we no longer have, the on-site, in-person, should we say, mental health resources. We have the panorama, the survey, we have the Care Solace as far as, the telehealth, and we also have other resources that none of them are really addressing the Tier 2 and Tier 3 unless we refer them out to outside sources. So I just wanted to share with you that that is a recurring theme. And I know they come to me because I'm a therapist, but they're also saying, if you're going to be asking for money for this, how are you going to use this? Are you going to put any of this toward any in-person sites? So that was all I had to share. Thank you so much. And you forgot to mention, Dr. Keating, that besides the 3 of you with all your expertise, that you have all of us that are going to be up there. March 5th, lobbying day. We're going to be there, right, guys? We're going to be there. We're going to be lobbying. And, you can call on us for anything. All right, yeah, I'm sure that you guys are. Thank you so much. That was good.
Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess hearing from my 2 other colleagues here, I wanted to know more about just how, in regards to the bullying BDR that we have here, is it how is it going to play out with the special education students that do have maybe behavioral problems, or just making sure that we are balancing both federal and state law with that. So I didn't see anything in here regarding special education, but I'd like to know just what we're going to do or how it's going to be handled.
Trustee Dominguez Todd Story for the record. So we don't anticipate separating out different types of bullying. When a bullying charge is leveled, regardless of who is involved, state law requires an automatic response from staff at the school. So it doesn't matter what precipitates the action, it's the response that the school is obligated to provide, which is then to investigate and file a report within 24 hours. So once that occurs, what the bill seeks to do is to then address, okay, if it's found to be valid, then what are we going to do to protect the children who were involved? Do we move the perpetrator or do we move the victim, and then have those conversations to be able to determine what's the best outcome to make sure that everyone is kept safe on campus?
And I understand this is like, that's like, I just stepped on a landmine. So I understand there's maybe crowdfunding for ideas on that, but maybe if I could provide a suggestion to include something with that provision that whether the person is the perpetrator or the victim, how it's handled with special education, especially with all of the litigation that we have against us. I want to make sure that we have something there that we can turn to.
Thank you for that question. Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, team. So excited to start the session. It's going to be a long one. For me, I think as you talk about joining the one-on-ones, and I honestly do not know what the system or you are planning to do, but I would really hope to see a tracker, some type of tracker. What we saw last session was that there was gaps. We missed a lot of things that just kind of fell through the crack, right? And it affected us in a really bad way. So I'm hoping if there can be some type of tracker and it can be categorized by our platform. So if it's a, bill number, we can be able to kind of tag on that tracker what these topics are and possibly maybe some talking points. Thank you, Brad. Because there is conversations, being had with legislators like Trustee Cavazos just mentioned. These are just conversations just sometimes in passing that are happening, and I would love for all of us to be on the same page, have some talking points to that BDR and how it ties to our platform or something similar in that way. So that's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. So, gentlemen, I know that the next presentation is 2.03, and Trustee Zamora will give an update because we will be up there on March 5th. But my question to you is, have we discussed if a trustee is going to be up in Carson City? I don't want you guys to be blindsided, but what is the best way to communicate if we're up there either with our trustee hat or another role that we play in the community?
Madam President, thank you for the question. Todd Story for the record. So 2 things I would encourage you to work through Joe Caruso whenever there's going to be travel, right? And certainly if those meetings are happening, Joe will communicate with us. We'll be happy to coordinate with you on the schedule, look at what's happening that day. It just depends on what bills are going to be on the schedule that day. And then we can coordinate those outreach efforts depending on meetings that you may have and that where we can use you to help augment the efforts of the team. As far as other issues that may not be related to CCSD issues that you might be up there on your own as an individual rather than representing as a trustee, always a heads up is helpful because we want to say hi. Know that you're there, and if people start asking, oh, what's the trustee here for, we can then inform them they're here on an individual basis advocating on such and such an issue. So just communication, I think, in advance would be the most helpful.
Thank you so much. Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you, Madam President. I think Mr. Story just answered most of my questions. So if I'm understanding you correctly, because I've been going up there for a lot of years, and I know that some of us have and some of us haven't, and it can be very confusing up there, extremely confusing. I still go to the wrong hallway half the time when I think I know where I'm going. So what you're saying is even if we are there as an individual on a different lobbying day, not March 5th with the trustees, but we're there with another group or as an individual because we want to testify at a committee hearing, you would appreciate it if we would let you know like what group we're there with or what we're doing?
Trustee Cavazos, that's exactly right. The courtesy notification helps us to know that you're there, first of all, but then should we get questions about why you're there or why we're not together or if you're doing your own thing, it just helps us to be on the same page so that we can talk to folks and say they're here lobbying on a particular issue, that we're not doing school district issues in this meeting or
Right.
whatever. So yes.
Okay, and I'll tell you why I did ask that is because, we do have to differentiate when we are there with our trustee hats on, like on March 5th, or if we're there with another group, and to basically let people know that, we're here for a specific committee hearing, et cetera, et cetera. And so I appreciate you letting everybody know about that and that it is helpful so that they know that we are not representing the board, we are not representing the district, but we are there advocating for a different issue. And sometimes it's really hard, as you guys all know, because a lot of those issues that we may be up there for are going to overlap. And so we have to I always do the disclaimer where I'm here as an individual. Yes, I do hold the position of a trustee, but I'm here for this, and that usually takes care of everything right there. So thank you again for bringing that up.
Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan? Oh, Trustee Barron?
Oh, yeah, my happy paddle. Yeah, of course, I ran into you guys up there last couple days, and I think we have kind of a good start to everything. Just real quick, I'd just like to make a quick question. And by the way, I never knew that you were Dr. Keating, so I guess I'll have to do that. But what's the best way to pronounce your last name, Nate?
It's Wah.
Wah?
Wah. Like law,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
Wah.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Start
Okay,
saying water and
gotcha.
then stop.
Okay.
Wah, and then,
That's cool. Okay, that's cool. No, just real quick. I know that sometimes our municipals, we do have, of course, items of common interest, and I'm just for the record, what kind of partnerships do we have, with our municipals here? Yes, of course, we're all fighting for the state, but I also look at a regional kind of approach, right? A Clark County kind of approach, and all the municipalities here. So if you could just a real quick detail, the relationship that you have. For instance, there's a guy named that you might know, Wesley, from our guy. I just thought I'd put it out there. He's pretty effective. And what kind of relationship do you have, like with Wesley and all of our other governmental teams?
Thank you, Trustee Brad Keating, for the record. To begin, Nate does an amazing job all throughout the year working with our municipalities every day. He's feeding questions, he's answering questions and working closely with them every single day. The legislative session, we work incredibly closely with the counties and the cities, with NACO. We work with Jared Luke at the city of North Las Vegas. We work with Nicole Rourke at the city of Henderson, Joanna Jacob at the county. So we have regular meetings with them. I met with a few of them yesterday, talking through some of the issues. Clark County has a bill, for instance, where they're asking to take us out of having to do municipality or our reports, our quarterly reports from the reorganization bill. So we talked about that yesterday. We're working with some job order contracting. So we meet with them on a regular basis. The county has a family dinner that they do once every 2 weeks. We participate in that dinner and we go with them, and it's an opportunity for us to get together, talk through different issues, and make sure that we're on the same page. So the only way for us to be successful, and I'll go on a soapbox for 2 seconds, and I apologize for it, but the only way for us to be successful in this legislative session is to have the entire community behind us. I wasn't lying when in that platform, and you all created this platform when it says one community behind education. We need the county. We need the cities behind us. We need all of you and us speaking from the same voice. That's why it's important to know where you all are, so we can make sure that we're there to help you when you get a random question about CCSD. We can promise to all of you that communication will be fully open from this side, and you will know everything going on through the next 117 days of this session. But the only way we can be successful is if all of us have open communication and we're all on one team. So we will do that with the county, with the cities, the municipalities, our other school districts, with the school boards, and all of you. And let's hope in 117 days we can say this was a good session for the Clark County School.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora? No, yes?
Question for the team. Just clarifying, as we will communicate if we're there, right? And even if it is on our trustee capacity. But just reminding folks that we cannot lobby, right, under CCSD. Can you all talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. Trustee Zamora, Todd Story for the record. So to your question, so as far as the lobbying effort goes, right, the staff leads that charge, so to speak, but utilizing each of the trustees, their relationships, who they know, but trustees individually cannot lobby. as a group, those decisions have to be made as a body, right? So one trustee cannot speak for another and can certainly not speak for the body as a whole. Your power resides as a group, as a board. And so we're happy to have you participate in those sessions with us when we go into those meetings with legislators. But obviously having somebody from the government relations team in any meetings that you may have that are related to the school district would be paramount in making sure that we stick to the law and follow the laws that govern those relationships.
Thank you.
Okay, then I think that wraps up. Oh, nope. Trustee Cavazos?
Yes, just to follow up on Trustee Zamora and clarifying it. So I'm one of those rebels that was trying to take a little bit off of our lovely board directors and staff. I made my own appointments with legislators, and I know that not everybody has like the long ago relationships and everything. So when we go into a meeting, if we don't happen to have one of you with us, or we haven't requested, or you're busy elsewhere because you guys are crazy busy, we basically need to be able to have a discussion with the legislator without representing the board, the district, or anybody besides ourselves, but even within our own individual capacity, not what I'm hearing you say for the new trustees is not stepping over that boundary, is what you're saying. Okay, so just wanted to
Just for the record, that was a nod, yes.
It was a nod by Dr. Keating. Okay, all right. Just want to make sure.
So to add, that's why that disclaimer is important
Yes,
at the beginning.
disclaimer
Thank
is
you.
extremely important, but it's also important, as we just finished talking about with the platform that our team just presented to us, that we're not going off on a tangent or straying from what we're supposed to be talking about. Thank you.
Trustee Dominguez?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, so if we go into a meeting, I know I'm going to give the statement, you know, these are my own views and not, I don't represent these views, but wouldn't having a CCSD representative also kind of be weird to be included in, if the meeting is not as a body? Wouldn't that be a mix, trying to include you guys when I'm trying to exclude you? Does that make sense?
Trustee Dominguez, Todd Story for the record. So I think it depends on the nature of the meeting that you're having, right? If you're there to talk about school district issues, then we want to be part of that conversation, right? What we're saying is that you can't obligate the school district. You cannot obligate the board to a certain position because you're there on your own individual accord. But having us there is helpful in the conversation, right? That's the disclaimer at the beginning. I'm here by myself, talk about some school district issues if that comes up. Then that way we can help to respond or follow up, so we can make sure that what is said in that meeting is addressed, if there's something to address, or even there just to make sure that we take notes so that we know what the legislator is seeking or looking for from the school district. Hopefully that clarifies the question.
It does, and that maybe this might be for our board president. Wouldn't we? Should we come up with a statement that we can all agree upon that's like bland to say, hey, you need to make this statement as you as a person when you go meet with anyone in Carson City?
Sure, that could be very helpful. Some of us know it by nature, and some of us, this is our first legislative session together as a team. So yes, Todd, if you could just write that verbiage out, and so that we memorize it and we use it. So thank you for the
Madam
suggestion.
President, we will make it short and sweet. I'll be sure to work with board counsel to get it right, and we will get that back to you.
Okay, Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. And I think it would also be helpful when you're setting up those meetings to not use your official, capacity. Like you're not setting up that meeting as Trustee Dominguez. It's Lydia Dominguez as a constituent. So I guess that leads to my other question, because I don't want any of us to get in trouble. If folks want to have meetings with other representatives that are not their own, they're allowed to do that, or would they have to register as kind of like a lobbyist of some type?
Trustee Zamora Todd Story for the record. Again, I think it depends on the nature of the meeting, right? This is where obviously experience, having done this, you get used to it, as President Bustamante Adams is referencing. So we're happy to help coach, right, what that is, but you can, and the line is between advocacy and lobbying. And are you there to advocate for certain interests, issues, topics, or are you there lobbying, telling someone how to vote, right? There's a distinction there. So we certainly can help equip the board members with those differences and provide that information.
Thank you. And Trustee Cavazos,
Last
and then
one.
we're done.
That's short. So just, again, to clarify, I'm trying to be helpful here, not stretching this out. We still have one more item. We can make appointments with other representatives, and I have appointments with my assembly person and my senator. But then again, like, say I want to meet with Assemblywoman Selena Torres because she's the chair of the Education Committee. We are allowed to meet with other representatives. But I think that what our government team wants us to be very, shall we say, aware of is that if we are speaking on education issues, that we are kind of staying, I don't know if this is good, any of you, we're staying on track, that we're not going off in 12 different directions from what we have on our agenda and on our platform. Is that correct?
That is correct, Trustee Cavazos.
But we
yes,
can
thank
meet
you.
with, I didn't want anybody to think that we couldn't meet with other representatives.
Yes, exactly. Madam President, if I might, I just wanted to address the other reference material that was included. These are things that for the board, for the public to see as far as the actual calendar, the 120-day calendar, and then how the legislature works. And then the last thing is the INVEST document that you all agreed to back in July. That is what coalesces the Nevada Association of Superintendents. That is their advocacy and promotion of getting to optimal funding for school districts across the state. And with that, I know that Mr. Waugh has something that he wanted to add as far as inviting the public to be involved in this effort that we have going on.
Thank you. Madam President, Trustees, Interim Superintendent. So I'm excited. I don't know if everyone else up here is excited. Is we are relaunching our legislative brief newsletter. It will be coming out starting this Friday and every Friday throughout session. We'll have kind of updates, observations from the week, as well as every bill that CCSD is following, which currently is at 85. That number, of course, will grow and then shrink as the deadlines come. There is a handy QR code that I put outside, thinking more people would be here to learn about the legislative process, but maybe not this time. But folks listening can also go to weareCCSD.net/leg-brief, LEG brief, or through the government relations page on the CCSD website to sign up to get those weekly updates. And then, of course, after session, we'll go back to our government relations quarterly newsletter to talk about all the other stuff that we're doing in the 18 months between sessions. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Appreciate. And if you could stay in the audience, because next we're going to go to item 2.03, the Nevada Association of School Boards. And I'll turn it over to Trustee Zamora to give the update.
You want to do your Washington trip first, since that was the most recent?
No.
Thank you, Madam President. It's been a very long night, so I'm going to keep it real short of the updates we got going on. As mentioned multiple times, we are having our day in the legislative with NASB on March 5th, which is also Ash Wednesday. So I'm just preparing you all because legislators do participate on Ash Wednesday. So we will be up there. We are really excited to say that I believe 10 of the 11 trustees will be joining us, so that we are really going to be representing, CCSD up there. NASB's legislative committee is working on one-pagers and our talking points as we meet with our representatives. They have sent out a registration form where they are asking if you want to meet with your respective representative, or if you're willing to meet with some leadership on the team as well, or if you're kind of a floater and want to meet with whoever's available, because one of the things we talked about in the committee was to be able to cover more ground, right? So for example, if we have people overlapping, it would just make more sense. This goes more for the rural areas, right? Because it's the 17 counties. How can we spread out and really kind of hit all the legislators that we need to hit to talk about all the good stuff we're working on and focusing on? So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, no, that was it. Did I miss anything?
Nope. And I
Madam
would
President?
just like to add, a whole day is planned out for March 5th. I know we're all getting there at different times, but there is an entire day that agenda will be coming out. So not only meeting with our legislators, but other activities that have been planned for the day. And then the next day on March 6th, we will have a professional development training by NASB. It is focused on learning about bargaining units and what they represent, learning about budgets for school districts, and a couple of other things. So if you are staying for March 6th, that will be the agenda. And then I'd just like to add, I had the privilege of joining Mike Walker, who's the president of NASB, and also Catherine, and I actually don't remember her name, Whitaker, as the past president for the National School Board Association. They had their advocacy day, so we were privileged to be able to meet with all 6 of our congressional representatives in Washington, D.C., all 6 of them. One, I know that we have increased our awareness of what NASB is doing. They weren't knowledgeable of our efforts, and so building great relationships, establishing ourselves as a professional learning focus for all the trustees across the state of Nevada. And so just came back last night and very privileged to be able to represent Clark County as a president-elect. So now we're going to move, that was just information. We're going to move on to 2.04. Are there any questions for us? Seeing none. Moving on to 2.04, this is board counsel. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Cavazos, Esparza Strafican, and Trustee Barron to take it away. Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. And looking at, we were looking at the tired and hungry kids and parents, and now I'm looking at the tired and hungry colleagues here. So I have already decided that my presentation is going to be shorter, okay? And so we're going to do this in 3 parts. I'm going to go ahead and begin. Trustee Esparza Strafican will do the second part, and then Trustee Barron is going to do the third part, and then we'll kind of go from there with questions and discussion with the board. So first of all, I do want to say, we were just talking about disclaimers a moment ago, so I just want to say, and this is for our esteemed General Counsel, John Okazaki. I just want to say that, and I've already said this to him already and put it in writing, that this board item has nothing to do as far as any of your expertise, and you're being generous enough, and can I just say brave and courageous enough to serve as our temporary counsel during this interim. So I just want you to know that. This item is being brought to the board due to an ever-increasing need for prompt and informed legal advice, specifically for the trustees. This need has increased due to the number of trustees now being 11 instead of 7. And, you know, it's a lot. So I'm going to start with giving just a little bit of the historical background. I'll go over the reference pieces that have been provided to you. I believe you all have hard copies. So these are for background context regarding the last agenda-sized and board-approved process for hiring outside counsel, which took place in 2021. So reference document A is the RFQ, the request for qualifications that was approved and sent out for the board counsel position. Does everybody have those? I see you reshuffling, but we do have them. Okay. B refers to the different options at that time in 2021 that current board came up with for selecting board counsel, including the option of having a general counsel attorney represent the trustees. Reference document C provides the rubric that was agreed upon by the board with the assistance of the board counsel at that time to be utilized in evaluating and interviewing the applying attorneys or law firms. And we did spend a significant amount of time with the public watching as we did the interviews, both verbal and written, and with the rubric, and trying to narrow it down, which we did, to 3 firms finally. I see Trustee Zamora nodding her head. She does remember that. So DA's, this is the district attorney's letter from this past year, 2024, withdrawing the county DA as board counsel. It's there in its entirety. There are some, I don't want to say classify them as errors, but there are a couple of things on there that I can answer for you if you wish, but it has to do with the date that the board counsel was going to cease being provided by the county. It says October 10th. It was then revised to October 31st, but I consulted with general counsel, and actually we had the county providing counsel until I think October 24th, Mr. Okazaki, that you wrote to me, and then he more or less, he did take over after that. So that couple of things are incorrect there. The general counsel position details is provided for you. August 4th, 2021, work session minutes in which the motion to approve county-approved counsel, this was after we had done all the rubrics, all the interviews, verbal, written, and narrowing it down. The motion that passed that night was to reach out to the 3 finalist firms for their hourly rate, but to keep the county-approved counsel at that time, which would then have to come back before the board for approval, selection, and a contract agreement. What did not occur that I did want to let you know is that we did go ahead and have a new county attorney after our current attorney, Mary Ann Miller. She was retiring and she was resigning from being our board counsel. We did have an attorney assigned by Steve Wolfson, the DA, and so the part about it coming back to the board as far as reaching out and making an attempt to talk to outside firms, that did not happen. So I do want to go ahead and put that in because it can be kind of confusing if you read the minutes. It sounds like it did come back, but it did not. So what you have in front of you are all the reference materials. So I want to go into a little bit more of the why. Very few times do I ever have anything written out, so bear with me here. Board counsel is often copied on correspondence from constituents, between staff and trustees, between and among trustees, on matters related to governance policy, interpretation, and countless other topics wherein the board liaison and/or board president deem it necessary to defer to counsel. It's obviously a very heavy load and not an easy one, which is why I was thanking Mr. Okazaki. Board counsel is expected to be at all closed session meetings, which are usually held before every Thursday regular board meeting, with the superintendent, the trustees, the staff, and both general and outside counsel if it is needed to report on a specific item. In the recent past, there were several instances where board counsel was not present due to conflicts with their county schedule. I am not counting the times when board counsel was ill or there was something that had to do with, illness that she could not attend. This we did not have any backup provided except for general counsel that was there anyway to report on other items. Contract negotiations between the board and the superintendent require that an independent attorney well-versed in appropriate negotiations expertise gives unbiased and informed advice and counsel to the trustees. It has been alleged that in the recent past that has not been the case. One of my co-sponsors on this item will delve into deeper detail on these factors. Board evaluation of the superintendent again requires extensive and unbiased expertise, as the superintendent is the board's only employee that the trustees are tasked with overseeing. If the board's counsel is also the general counsel representing the superintendent and the district, this places possibly an impossible undue burden upon that attorney. Due to the above and ongoing reasons and issues, it is mine and my co-sponsors' opinions that continuing to have general counsel represent the superintendent, district, and board of trustees presents as a clear conflict of interest. And at this time, Madam President, deferring to, of course, that There would need to be a second, and also deferring to discussion and questions from my colleagues. I'd like to make a motion to begin the process for hiring outside independent board counsel, said process to begin with an RFQ, request for qualifications, to be issued for legal services. Thank you.
Thank you. So we do have a main motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I would like to second that motion.
So I have a motion from, and I just want to make sure, because I didn't write it down fast enough, the motion by Trustee Cavazos to begin the process to, and repeat it one more time. I just want to make sure I get it right.
I'm sorry, I was talking really fast, my mouth's dry. To begin the process with an RFQ, request for qualifications, to be issued for legal services.
Thank you, legal services. So I have a motion from Trustee Cavazos, and I have a second from Trustee Esparza-Strophigan. Now you can have discussion. So Trustee Dominguez?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Madam President. This is like a three-part presentation because it wasn't just me who did this. I'm so sorry. So I think Trustee Esparza-Strophigan is next. And then Isaac.
Okay. Sorry for that. Thank you. Trustee Esparza-Strophigan.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos, for the historical context and kind of the why. We try to, I will do my best to condense, but I do want to give, because we have so many new members, some really other examples. And before I go into that, I really believe in making sure that our vocabulary aligns. So I'm going to defer and just ask a very simple request from our current counsel, Mr. Ogazaki. In layman's terms, would you kind of give us just what is the definition, and I'm not asking for exact, of conflict of interest? Because I have a definition, but I want to just see if we're in alignment. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. John Ogazaki, General Counsel for the record. Geez, that's I haven't really thought about that. But if I had to explain it, if somebody asked me, when an attorney represents a client, their loyalty and allegiance is to that client. And in representing that client, there are confidential communications as well as certain goals and that they're trying to accomplish for the client. So a conflict would arise when that attorney is being asked to represent another party, whether it's another defendant or in this case, a separate entity like the board. It becomes a conflict whenever the interests of those two parties in any way intersect. So the most classic example is as soon as you pick a new superintendent, you're going to have to negotiate a contract. And at that point, if I'm still in this role, I'm going to be in direct conflict. So what would happen at that point is we would have to defer back to the District Attorney's Council to represent you. I will continue to represent the superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Ogazaki. Your expert definition and example is exactly in alignment with what I am not a lawyer, please. But I just want it to be clear that it's in complete alignment with what I was finding throughout kind of the research. And I kind of want to share with the team, yes, that a direct conflict of interest would be family, friendships, financial, or social factors that could compromise his or her judgment, decisions, or actions in the workplace. So thank you for saying that that is exactly why we're promoting that we want to have a separation of duties and representation, especially knowing we're going through the search and the contract will be coming up. Thank you, Mr. Ogazaki. I have more questions for you. So what would happen, you just gave us an example, if the board of trustees and the district were both being sued, who would you represent?
Okay, for that one, one attorney could represent both. And the only, for the reason is because typically when the district gets sued, the board and the district are basically co-defendants. And the only time we have to separate counsel if they're co-defendants is really if one of those parties may be liable in a different way than the other party. And then we hire conflict counsel, which means we have to have two counsels representing the two co-defendants. I don't worry too much about that type of situation. But again, if there's ever any type of issue between the board and it's one employee, there's a conflict.
Right.
There's a conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Ogazaki, for that. So I just wanted that as a lead-in because I want to share with my colleagues, my new trustees. I've been in this role for, a year and 2 months now. So I want to share with you, prior to you joining the board, we had representation from the district attorney's office. There were 2 examples where I personally witnessed, and this is my personal observation, and I'm sharing some opinion here. From one of the examples that I'm going to share with you, and it's on record, is that certain trustees were advised by that council at that time to not allow us to make motions, and I'm speaking for appointeds, not elects, because you do have that right according to law. Certain municipalities had to pursue a lawsuit, and the district did not win because AB 175 was not being upheld. So in my opinion, from my observation and my witnessing, that some of our trustees were guided and misguided in a direction by legal counsel that was not accurate. And part of that was because of the conflict of interest. So I think that is something we need to keep very much in our forefront, that is not something we want to entertain again. Just one more example, and I'm sorry to have to bring this up because it does bring up some wounds with us all. But in my personal opinion, observation, we also received some guidance when we had to exit a superintendent. And the discussion was to potentially look at the buyout that we did assign to that individual. And I believe that in some of that, there was also some misguided counsel that that individual potentially could have left with more than what he left with because certain individuals did not trust that that counsel was not unbiased. So I just want to give those specific examples because we potentially could go down these roads again and why we need to have a separate representation. The other thing I just want to say to my colleagues is that in our governance policies, I'm going to read it to us because we're all trying to learn these policies, GP2 Section 5B, all employees of the Clark County School District shall be governed by the laws of the state of Nevada in regard to conflicts of interest in their employment. No employee shall, under penalty of law, receive unlawful compensation, commission, or personal gift in the course of performing district duties, nor shall the office or position of any employee be used for unlawful purposes or for personal gain. So if the same person held both roles, there definitely could be conflicts, as Mr. Ogazaki has presented and I just shared with you. And it's very important that we make the decision to have an attorney that does not have a dual role and would definitely not be an attorney that would not be directly or indirectly evaluated by a potential future superintendent. So therefore, I'm just supporting that we have a separate legal representative exclusively for our board. So thank you for indulging me with those examples, and I'm going to defer now, I believe, to Madam President to have Trustee Boron go next.
Yes, Trustee Baron.
Thank you, Trustee Stuffergan, and thank you, Madam President. Again, I'm going to echo, I think we're actually fortunate to have Counsel Okazaki. He, I think, has done a very good job as our general counsel. And looking at it here, just the way that his position is named here, the position functions to serve as a responsible administrator for the Clark County School District, the office of the general counsel. General counsel is a member of the executive cabinet, reports directly to the superintendent of schools, and serves as a chief legal officer in all matters related to CC operation. And that I feel that he has the full plate. It wasn't that long ago when I was sworn in back in August, And there was an issue on this board, and again, this is going to sound like I'm beating up on the former board counsel. I guess, well, I'm going to go ahead and just say it the way it was. I asked for a legal opinion, and when I asked this counsel, what did you base your opinion on? I mean, normally, if I ask an opinion to counsel, I'm sure he can go ahead and cite an NRS statute. I'm sure he can actually cite board policy. And I was told, quote, "I don't take direction from you." That was a direct quote. Really? So it might be, you might be kind of shocked to find out that when I went to the Attorney General's office, I'm sorry, I take that back, to the DA's office, I got clearance to talk to this person's direct supervisor. I asked, where is the pertinent policy as to whom this board counsel takes direction from? Guess what I found out? There's none. Counselor Okazaki, am I correct in that?
I think that would be correct. Any attorney under the district attorney's office is under the supervision of the district attorney. The law requires them to provide service to you. It does not mean that you supervise the attorney.
Wow. Now, according to, now, the funny thing is, we as the board here, like many of the other local boards, at the City of North Vegas, I've been there since 2013. I sometimes, I will interact with staff. I can never direct any staff to do anything. They're not my employees. As a city councilman, I only have 2 employees: the city manager and the city attorney. Those are my only employees that I've got. Everyone else, I just ask, "Hey, can you please look into this? Hey, I heard this. Can you check with the city manager for that?" I only ask, and I do it with a big smile, like this one. Right. Now, according to NRS, and correct me if I'm wrong, NRS 386.410 allows, gives school boards the authority to hire a board counsel. Am I correct in that, Counselor?
Yes, John Okazaki, for the record, yes, that is absolutely correct. You can hire your own counsel.
Now, here's the best part about it. We can hire our own counsel, and we can set our own policy as to whom that counsel will represent. And here's why it is important. I was forced, because of open meeting law, to actually file an open meeting law complaint against the former board counsel and 2 of the trustees. I actually detail, and you can read it because it's open. This is not a secret thing. It's actually part of the public record. I even charged them with collusion. Yeah, that's right. I don't know how I don't know how it's going to be adjudicated. I'm sure it's working through the system, and that sometimes the wheels of justice, they are certain, but they are kind of like slow, and that's probably a good thing. So we'll see how that shakes out. Now, I also just wanted to come out. What would be the duty of this board counsel? It'd be simple. The board relies on an attorney for unbiased legal guidance, and that's for all of us. Now, that's really important because 4 of my colleagues are new to this. Okay, even me. I'm Mr. Expert since I've been here since 2013. No, I'm not. I defer to counsel quite a bit because there's intricacies of the law, which I'm not a lawyer. I have to ask for an unbiased legal opinion, and if need be, I might actually ask, "Hey, well, where do you reference your opinion?" Instead of just being told because that's my opinion, and that was an actual quote. Instead of being told that's my opinion and that it stands, really, but where? I don't want to go that route. Sometimes we need an unfettered, unfiltered legal opinion. Why? It's to protect us. It's to protect us. As I understand, there have been like 8 lawsuits filed against members of this board. That is something that actually puts the district at legal liability. It's been in the news a lot about how much the district has been paying out in legal claims. And quite frankly, our general counsel has his hands full already, And, I know that he would probably really like to concentrate in managing the district attorneys that he already has, some of whom are really pretty good. In the very small interaction that I've had, some I'll tell you they're top notch. But they need to have someone with them and working clearly. And sometimes there can be a conflict. So besides their having current counsel, our current counsel, he has a day-to-day workload. I've seen the guy come into one of our closed session meetings, and before he even puts down his bag, he's already, jumping in, protecting us. Mr. Counselor Okazaki, you're doing a good job, but you're one person, and you already have so much to do, right? We do need our own board attorney. I will ask, the separation of duties will foster transparency. This board attorney is directly accountable to the board, promoting new open communication and a clear division of responsibilities. I guess I will ask about what the request for purchase process should be. Should our colleagues here decide to hire this legal counsel? I guess after we decide whether or not, then I guess we'll talk about the potential cost. I guess in conclusion, we need to have separate roles for the superintendent and the school board attorneys to prevent conflicts, to ensure objective legal advice, provide checks and balances, and strengthen transparency to school within the school district. And remember, very soon here, we're going to take a new Alsford-led board training, which is great. But I have a very strong feeling that this board will be revising its board policy. And when that happens, each and every one of us will need to actually ask pertinent legal questions. And they're going to need to have someone there who can answer them for us as we reformulate our board policies. Because obviously, there's some things that just are not working for us. I think it totally makes sense for us to have this unfettered legal opinion that will be responsible for us. And we're not going to have anybody who's going to tell us that they're not going to take direction from us. I see.
Thank you, Trustee Barron. I do have Trustee Dominguez and then Trustee Stevens for questions.
Thank you, Madam President. I truly feel like we are turning this district around. We are cleaning up the mess left behind, and I'm excited to see just one vote at a time. We're going to get there. So my questions are, so if we have an estimated budget if we do have an estimated budget, what is it? And maybe these questions are to be annotated and left as we go through the process, but just kind of a budget for legal. And making sure that we don't overspend if we decide to go hourly instead of salary. And then the next question I had was for evaluation performance reports. So, or matrix, however, I know in civilian world they call it matrix, and military it's performance evaluation. So if we can include that into the process, maybe that's just a suggestion, but we include a performance matrix in this, so that way we have a process to say that this person is going to be doing, or the firm, whoever, are they doing the job we asked them to do? Is there qualificators that show what he or she is going to have to meet to have a criteria, so that way we can continue to have to renew the contract, and also to be able to lean on if we have to end the contract. So I just want to throw those qualifiers out to making sure that to renew the contract or to end the contract. And those questions might not be able to be answered today, but just as a suggestion that if we have those in mind as we look forward to board council, I completely support this, and it's something we definitely need.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the board liaison to come up too, because I want to make sure you have what you need from us in order to carry out the motion if we decide to go in that direction. Trustee Stevens?
So I don't necessarily have a question, but I do want to make a statement because I want it to be public. I think that there's, you're going to have some community members that are questioning the financial aspect of this, right? Because obviously this will cost money. And so I just want to say that I kudos to my colleagues here for this presentation because it feels like this is not just something that's very important, it is imperative, especially for this upcoming decision we have in bringing in a new superintendent. And then beyond that, I also think it's important to note that if we, as electeds and appointeds, are here to represent our community, how vitally important it is for us to also have unbiased representation. So thank you. I'm in full support of this and appreciate the great presentation.
Thank you. Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. I generally want to take a moment and thank our colleagues who brought this to the table. Honestly, specifically, Trustee Cavazos, because you've been in this since 2021, and I remember being in the audience. So I'm shaking my head because, honestly, my eyes started twitching of thinking of all that the board went through in that moment, and I wasn't even part of it, and then even the stuff we went through for the past 2 years. So generally, thank you so much. I am also in full support of this. It is going to be an unbiased, person coming in to really support us. I have my own, I feel like, PTSD with our DA appointed person as well, which some of you know, but this is a good turn, good direction. Thank you all. Thank you, John, too, because you've been doing fantastic.
So I'm going to ask our board liaison, because the motion is to begin the RFQ process to be issued for legal services. But before you answer, Mr. Caruso, I know that our colleague, Trustee Johnson, was not able to be here, but he did send a statement, which I will ask be submitted for part of the record. I won't read it in its entirety. It's 6 paragraphs. But he does say in summary, that to effectively fulfill this duty, as far as our role as trustees, the board needs to access to sound, unbiased legal advice, and this would create an inherent conflict of interest and limits the board ability if we did not have an unbiased legal advice, and it would hinder our ability to govern effectively. So therefore, he's urging that we should have independent legal counsel. He says that the independent legal counsel brings a fresh perspective, and that it also will bring protection of the board itself, both as a whole and as individual members. And so I just want, that'll be part of the record. That was a summary. And so, Mr. Caruso, if that's the motion, do you have what you need from us in order to carry this out?
Madam President?
Yes.
Can I make just one answer? I totally understand, because, I think that we're definitely on the same page when it comes to fiscal responsibility. Believe me, when you represent the city of Vegas, fiscal responsibility, you have to be there, because when you lost the city here a few years ago. But I would just, submit for consideration. You get what you pay for with an attorney. If you have good legal representation, you can avoid a lot of legal entanglements that cause a lot of staff time and that cause a lot of money. A really good attorney will actually be a multiplier, considering how much that we pay them. Which, of course, well, I'm not going to go with the pay there, but eventually, I'm going to shut up right there. On my own, I don't need the legal advice to shut up on this one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Caruso.
Madam President, so if I could ask the trustees to look at reference 2.04A. This was the last request that we put out in 2021. So since that's already established, I think probably would be a good starting point. So the direction I would need from the board to work with purchasing is A, do we want to amend anything that's listed in here? In particular, if you look at the first part on page 2, talks about the submission requirements. I'm assuming purchasing will update that to their current form since this is a form from 2021. Page 3, it talks about the respondent experience and proposal, or I'm sorry, experience and personnel. So it's the historical background, description of the firm, individuals who have managed the project, and professional qualifications, including resumes, information from similar projects, which include brief description, information on which attorney would be primarily responsible for providing the services, their experience, respondent's firm, and primary attorney have in Nevada open meeting law, Nevada ethics requirements, public records management, and public sector labor management negotiations. It talks about the loss of agreement or inability to fulfill, which goes into the cost appendix. Provide the following cost information on a signed and dated attachment. So remember when we did the we did the request for the firm, we didn't actually see that part. The purchasing department did that evaluation, and then they provided the rating. So that was the same thing when this was done in 21. The evaluation talks about the district will determine best submissions and according to work evaluation criteria. And then on page 4, it gets into the statement of the work. So the statement of the work is really the meat and potatoes of this request. So if I can direct your attention to that as well, the board is inviting applications from firms and individuals providing interest in providing services. Work involves attendance at regular and special public meetings of the board, as well as closed sessions of the board and meetings with individual trustees. In addition, counsel provides ongoing advice to the board in assisting it to comply with its legal duties of the board, its supervision of CCSD operations, its work in constructing key policies, and managing ongoing employee relations with the superintendent. Many of the meetings and telephone consultations take place outside of regular business hours. Respondents need to reflect their willingness to provide those services without additional fees, penalties. Respondents shall also provide information as to how the services will be provided in the event of the unavailability of the primary attorney, as time is of the essence in responding to trustee requests. The firm and attorney's application shall include prospectus of their capacity to provide the following services, which the board and trustees require to support their work in settling policy, oversight of operations of CCSD, supervising the superintendent, and exercising independent business judgment regarding large transactions proposed by the superintendent. And then it goes into more of a description, and I think that we probably need to get clarity on that if we are in agreement on what's described. So if you can refer to the next, starting with number 1, and then it continues on page 5. Goes into number 2. 3, I think, is something to continue. 4. The only one I see on this list that I would say probably needs to come out is number 6, because that's consultation and advice regarding the related to legislation before the legislature, including possible breakup of the school district, AB 469 reorganization, and eliminating electric board. So I don't know if that, I would think that probably would need to come out. So, but I don't want to change anything without
Thank you, Mr.
board direction.
Caruso. Thank you.
So if you want to look at that list, and then the next question would be, if the board agrees to do this with that amendment or any other amendment, is the ask to then bring back the request for the board to look at before it gets issued, or am I directed to start working with purchasing, have them issue it, and then do their process, and then bring back the respondent after it closes? I just need to get some clarity on that.
Thank you so much. Trustee Esparza-Strophic.
Thank you, Mr. Caruso. I was already there with you. So I do have a question for our legal counsel on page 4 of 6. So if we go to the second sentence, because Mr. Caruso, I know you need this now for us to make the changes before we leave tonight. So instead of my question is, this work involves attendance at regular and special board meetings, oh, excuse me, let me slow down. Involves attendance at regular and special public meetings of the board, as well as closed sessions of the board and meetings with the individual trustees. Does this include special meetings and attorney-client meetings?
John Okazaki, General Counsel for the record. So the types of gatherings and meetings the board could have include regular meetings, special meetings, attorney-client meetings, as well as gatherings that don't qualify for meetings under the open meeting law. Your board counsel would represent you in every single one of those. So in certain litigation meetings which are exempt from open meeting, if I'm still general counsel on behalf of the district, I will be there presenting information to you in regard to litigation, but your board counsel will be sitting right there advising you.
Thank you for the clarification. So that's the language that I would like to make a recommendation to be revised, Mr. Caruso.
And I can work with Mr. Caruso on that specific one, as well as any other ones that you have.
Got it.
I know he didn't ask, but I will volunteer my thoughts on number 6.
Yes.
I would leave it in there. These are all still live issues that could come up as far as the reorganization or the elimination of elected boards or breakup of these are all still live issues, in my opinion. So I would not necessarily take that out thinking that they're moot. I don't think they're moot.
It's like you read my mind, Mr. Kazaki. I was going to say yes, we need to keep number 6. And so thank you. I hope that helps, Mr. Caruso, because I know you need clarification tonight.
Yeah, so I'll work, so I guess the biggest thing is if, work with John on the second sentence there, but does this need to come back at an agendized meeting for the board to approve? Or am I assuming that once I work with John on that sentence, then move forward to send it to purchasing? Because that's a big.
Thank you, and that would be the main person of the motion if you require that.
I first want to weigh in with what Mr. Caruso brought up, and of course, I'd gone over all of this when we requested it to be included as a part of the reference docs. And other than what Mr. Caruso mentioned, as far as the modernization of, bringing up to date from 2021 to 2025, I do concur with Trustee Esparza-Stofferkin as far as basically delineating the responsibilities a little bit more specifically. I do hear what Counsel Okazaki is saying about number 6. I believe the way he stated it was that, I think we have to look at all of these and say, like 5, 6, a lot of these, they basically imply as needed, right? As needed. So I don't think we need to put those words in, but I do concur with Trustee Esparza. As far as bringing this back to the board, I trust our staff. This was a really good job that they did because we had not brought this up for many, many years. It had just, and they worked unbelievably hard on this request. So I personally am, as the maker of the motion, I would be okay with them just going ahead with this, but I would like to hear the opinions of my colleagues.
Let's see, next in the queue is Trustee Barron. Oh, sorry, Trustee Dominguez.
Sorry.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. That was going to be my next input was if, because at the last page here on page 5, at the way bottom, it says, it is anticipated that the provisions of the legal service to the board will take no longer than 20 hours per week, and we know that is not true. It'll probably be more than 20 hours. They're just maybe just little edits that could probably be done, and if I could suggest that maybe we make edits or drafts or suggestions, then maybe we bring that back. And that gives us a little bit of time to just kind of dissect through each one. I think this is a great starting point. But there are little things in here that's kind of maybe we should just dissect a little more. So if I could suggest, we could put it on for the next board meeting, and we could have a actual draft done.
Okay. Could I make a suggestion?
So let me have Trustee Zamora, then I have, Trustee Cavazos.
I will let you reply to Lydia because I have a different topic.
I think that Trustee Dominguez's suggestion is good. As far as there are other little things on that, and most definitively, the 20 hours per week does not quite cut it there. I was wondering if asking our counsel and Mr. Caruso and the board president, I wonder if we could streamline that in such a way where maybe we could send in the suggestion, because the way that this rubric came about was by us contributing, remember, all of our different things that we wanted to see on that rubric to select a qualified counsel. I do want to let my colleagues know that no individual attorneys, were selected for the final three finals. They were all firms. So if we could find a way to incorporate Trustee Dominguez's suggestion that we could do that, so that way we would not spend, 4 hours with all these individual suggestions and then trying to ask our staff to again redo it again. If we could do that in some way, that would really streamline the process. Is there some way that we could do that?
I'm going to ask the board liaison and our legal counsel.
My comment is that this request for qualifications and everything that you're talking about is really informational for them, as well as kind of evaluating their response. It doesn't bind you into anything. You're going to have a contract with whichever firm or individual you are going to hire. And I'll tell you right now, the contract for an attorney is we're hiring you to do services. How much do you charge? Because after that, they do whatever you tell them to do, and you can fire them whenever you want. There's nothing, there's very special rules about legal representation. It's a very special relationship. Nobody can force you to keep attorneys. So in their job is to do whatever you want them to do. So I wouldn't get bogged down too much. And if you think 20, don't even worry about the 20 hours. That's just they'd be more than happy to work more than 20 hours. They'll work as many. So I wouldn't get bogged down in details. If one of your intent is to move as quickly as possible, because remember, you're picking a superintendent at the end of March. So yeah, the quicker you move, probably the better, but I would not get bogged down. I don't think it's necessary to get bogged down into the details of this request for qualifications.
Thank you. That does help. Trustee, I don't know who's up. Trustee Barron.
Yeah, I think to further streamline this, and this is just my suggestion to my colleagues in reference, and here in reference 2.04B, I guess for Barron, I really like, I would really like my colleagues to consider the second column here, the new. Okay, the new board counsel as employee, and just as a thing here, I think if we pick them as our actual employee, not a law firm, not a private lawyer, not a private lawyer. I said lawyer. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. I know. I'm not Jim Carrey here. Okay. Anyhow, I think it engenders. I think it will engender a certain amount of loyalty. I mean, I love the movie Suits, or the show Suits, right? But I think if we get any one of the other options, right, we're basically hiring. We're taking on a gun for hire, and I don't think we need that. I think we need someone who will understand that they have that this person will understand they have 11 bosses, each and every one of us, which will have our own nuances, each and every one of us which who have our own, how should I say, our own. Personalities, and we'll take those into account. And a really good attorney will always, understand, their clients' personalities, and will know how, hey, if they know that Baron's a hothead about certain things, right? Believe me, they'll come when they talk to me. Hey, Councilman, I really need you to sit down when I tell you this. And I'm sure, I'm looking forward to having a good board counsel who understands Baron's picadillos and will take those into account when he's delivering certain news. Okay? Did you just say picadillos? Yeah, is that bad?
So, Mr. Caruso, based on what our legal counsel right now said, is that I'm taking away what trustee Esparza-Straffagan said, that he will work with you to expand the statement of work for the additional, maybe attorney-client meetings and other stuff. And then I also heard that we're going to keep item 6 on page 5 of 6. And then also not to get down on the amendments, because we do have an urgency of getting independent legal counsel because of the route we are on for the superintendent search. But, so do you have what you need from us to move forward with the motion?
So, Madam President, I am working with John to clarify the statement of work that Trustee Esparza-Straffagan brought up. I'm keeping item 6 on page 5 of 6, and I'm not changing anything else on the RFP. And then once John gives me the green light, I'm then asking our purchasing department to issue this and then work through the process. And I think the timeline is 3 or 4 weeks is the standard, if I remember correctly. That's how we did the search firm. And then once that's done, then work through their process, and then that would come back as an item on an agenda for, I guess, time-wise, I'm not sure if it would be on before the end of March. I'd have to work with purchasing to see, because we're already February 5th, and if we go 4 weeks out, I'm not sure where that would fall. So.
Okay.
And then to clarify Trustee Barone's point, the second column is board counsel as an employee. That's a whole different level.
Yeah.
So we're not, just to make sure I'm on the same page, we're not doing a job description to, because that's a budget request hiring an employee versus doing the RFQ to hire a firm, right?
My motion was purposely, stated in such a way that it leaves our board the options to do that. So just as Trustee Dominguez had said, some of the questions she brought are really relevant, but they would not be something that would be addressed until we get, the applicants. So I would like to leave this as it is, because otherwise we are going to have to go into, and I think that is what, Joe, reference B, I believe. I believe it's reference B on the chart as far as the different categories is what I'm talking about.
So Trustee Cavazos, just to make sure I understand, so the motion that was made was to do the RFQ.
Yes.
But you kept it open, because remember, if you do an RFQ, that's not going to be individual applicant, that'll be firms that'll
Yes.
submit. But what Trustee Barone was talking about was individual people. Like if I were to say, hypothetically, I want to apply for the job, we would have to create a job description, which is a budget request. That, I'm not going that route. I'm just doing the RFQ.
I spoke to Trustee Barone and explained to him the direction that I was going in. I think you kind of maybe misunderstood where I was going with that. It's not an
I think I
individual
probably
that we're
did, yeah.
looking for. We're not looking for an individual.
I just want to be
Right.
clear.
No, clarifying it.
So RFQ.
John?
Thank you. My understanding from the motion, and I may be wrong, was the motion was to begin the process of considering hiring private counsel with the issuance of this RFQ. I didn't understand that to mean foreclosing any option when you start getting applicants or you start getting people who are interested in the job.
Correct.
So I believe that even as the motion stands, the board would still have the option at some point to either hire a firm that responds to this, hire an individual that responds to this, or completely pivot and just hire as an employee of the board.
Did she want me to? Yeah, she wanted me to respond.
So that's my understanding, is that all the motion meant was, they're interested in hiring private counsel, let's start the process by issuing this RFQ.
Do you want me to respond?
Yes, I want to make sure that
Okay.
we're clear.
Mr. Okazaki is correct.
Okay.
Don't make me repeat everything he
Yeah,
just said.
no, I got
We're
it.
all really tired, but what he just said is correct, and so we're not closing off those options.
Okay, and I know I have some other trustees in the queue, but Mr. Caruso, because you got to carry it out. So,
So I appreciate that. So I'm just to clarify then, so just so I understand, so then are we creating a job description too at the same time? Or we're starting with this first then the board will decide if they want to go with the respondents of the RFQ, and if they choose not to, then we have to create a new job. I'm just knowing because our process to create a job description takes time.
I understand that.
So, and I
Yes.
know that if the board's saying we want to move forward with this, I think that's an important piece to know, that if the intent of the motion is to also have that dual lane, that's something we probably need to start as well. But if it's not the case and I'm totally wrong, then I will be quiet and just focus on the RFQ.
Yeah, my understanding, again, hearing the motion, was that starting the process, agreeing that they're interested in hiring private counsel, starting the process with RFQ, and that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. John Okazaki for that. So I just wanted to, just make sure I'm on the same page. So we can still have time to add any inputs if we'd like through the process. This is not marrying us to what kind of employee position this puts him in, or him or her in. But this is just a vote to say, yes, we want a board attorney.
Yes, my understanding, again, the way I understand the motion, and if it's agreed upon by trustees Cavazos, the motion would allow you to start the process, and at any given time when this matter is brought back to the board, it'll say exactly the way it is now, and you will have all the options as to whatever you want to do.
Thank you. Trustee Stephen.
Use this one? Nope, they're all blinking green. Quick, since this is a public meeting and we do want this to go quickly, how would an attorney or firm apply for such a position once you bring it to purchasing and they put out that, they put it out to bid? How would they do that?
They qualify, and then after they give us the response and say, yes, we have the respondents, here's our recommendation on the financial, then we would bring an agenda item back to the full board to look at.
So it's on the CCSD website, they can,
Right, under purchasing department.
purchasing department. Okay, great, thank you.
But can I clarify, Trustee Dominguez, so just so we're on the same page, I want to make sure, so we're not changing what we have on the RFQ, we're sending that forward. You're saying your feedback down the road, once the respondents come in, if you're the expectations for the attorney. Did I?
That's absolutely correct, yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right, now we're getting somewhere. Trustee Zamora.
Finally. I don't want to open anything else, but is there a way that if we have feedback on this RFQ, we can send to John and the team? Because one of the things that I thought about from 2021 was when we had the 3 top firms, our community had a lot of homework to do, and they connected dots of conflicts of interest that came out from that. And I didn't see any of that in this RFQ. So is there a way that you could give us a deadline, maybe by Friday, where if we have comments about this, that we can send it over to you all?
I'm not sure I understand what the ask is. If the worry is conflict of interest with whoever applies, again, my understanding of what this process is all you're doing is inviting people to apply. And you have certain qualifications, and I think you even have some evaluation criteria to determine who you may like or who you may want to select. But at any point during that time, you guys are going to be collectively picking one person, and at that point, we vet them, we enter into a contract with them, we set the terms with them, and it's all fleshed out at that point. So if you're looking for maybe a way for them to initially disclose any clients that they have that you think would have a contrary, an interest that's in conflict with your duties, I'm not sure, because I'm not sure how to discover that conflict, because if they say, well, yeah, I represent MGM, I don't know if that's a conflict or not.
I will yield to Trustee Cavazos too, because I think we were on the same page.
Okay.
Yes. I just want to share what we did in 2021. And again, thank you, John, for reiterating that that is all that I'm asking for. And it's, again, as he said, it's non-binding at this point. It's just to start the process. And thank you, Trustee Stevens, for asking that question, because I forgot to even mention that and how that process proceeds, because of course we'll be getting inquiries on that. What we did in 2021 is when we put together as a board collectively our interview questions, the conflict of interest question was included in the interviews. And so we all get to choose how we're going to formulate the interviews, both the written questionnaire, and we actually did, without naming names, we did have one of the firms that did have, it appeared to be a conflict of interest, and it did end up being with them dropping out. So, but we all get to decide what questions we will get to ask.
Thank you for that, Trustee Cavazos. Thank you, John.
Okay, we are going to take public comment, and I have one person, I believe, and that is Ms. Binder.
Madam President, if I may, real quick, just to clarify, so the system on here, it's listed as Bonfire. That was the old system, but I did verify on the purchasing website, the new page is Demand Star, and that's the system. So when people go to purchasing, they'll click on current bid, RFP opportunities, and then they'll be able to actually pull up the current, once it's set, just so it's on the record.
Thank you for that correction.
All right, thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. Look, listen, I promise I will not be a total pain in the butt this time. The undisclosed conflict was huge, and they didn't answer it on the questionnaire, and they didn't tell it to the board in the interview. I had to go dig it on up. And I may not be a licensed attorney, but many of you know I ran law firms for 25 years in this town. This is so imperative because this attorney is the one who has to write the new superintendent's contract. I will honestly say he's done an amazing job in the short period of time he's been here. It is representation that has been unseen in this room in like 6 years. So it is, I don't say what I'm saying for any disrespect to you. It's the history and everything. So I promise I won't, but I'm gonna find the conflict. And if you forever once want to think, we're gonna have conflicts, okay? Because if you look at the warrants that you read out at every meeting, that's who we pay. And we literally employ so many attorneys in this town, like they're not even CCSD employed attorneys. These are attorneys that our district hires to fight our special education lawsuits, to do workers' comp, whatever. You know, when the Office of General Counsel needs help, they get their help. So you guys, for 1 second, I hear like the conservative budgetary conversation. That cost us a lot of money, and it cost this board not having that independent attorney all these years. And I too have PTSD from that previous council, okay? And there's still a lot of things unaccounted for that, and I am very thankful to the people in our community that keep following up with DA Wolfson on that. But it is so important you guys get this, and like I said, if we can just, you know, it is going to be hard not to find a connection somewhere, but the conflict that was hugely found last time was very warranted in the rejection of all of that. More importantly, the previous board back then didn't want to hire. They always made excuses for not hiring this attorney over the budgetary concerns. And so if the district itself can hire any attorney in town for any purpose that they want, and they don't even run it by you most of the time, or it's buried in your consent agenda and they just say, hey, well, we need some extra help. You guys need all that help, because like one of those items in there is, you know, making sure that you're overseeing the expenditures of the superintendent that they like to bury. Perfect example was our last board meeting where you guys tremendously, wonderfully took lunch money. Like, seriously, that has never happened, and it was the right thing to do. So you guys are doing amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Is there any other public comments? I didn't have any. Ms. Caitlin? No? Okay. Okay. Well, then, we have a main motion from Trustee Cavazos to begin the RFQ process to issue legal services, and we have and then we have a second from Trustee Esparza-Straffigan. Trustee Biasotti, do you have a question?
No, I was seconding the motion.
Okay, good. So then, yes, she already made the second. Trustee Esparza-Straffigan made the second. So we are going to cast our vote. Okay, that motion passes 7-0. We've already done public comment 3.01. We have number 4, upcoming meeting announcements. The next meeting of the Board of Trustees is Thursday, February 13th at 5 p.m. here in this boardroom. I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. Do I have a first? Trustee Zamora?
Thank you, Madam President. I will happily make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Trustee Barron?
To second, please.
So I have a first and a second to adjourn the meeting. Please cast your vote. That motion passes 7-0 and the time is 8:42. Thank you. Have a good evening.